contemplating all of my goals. Look, will I fold or will I chase them? I got adversity, two options. I can handle it purposefully or I can let it. Gun up for war, point out the target, show me the giants. Hold your applause, just getting started, sending the lions. Ambition ain't for the weak, I see it before I speak. Ready and willing, is you ready
but
for
I'll
me?
find a way, with or without your aid. Oh, you try to make me stay. No, there's nothing you can say, but I'll find a way.
Now I ain't looking for handouts, I'm looking to stand out. Got the vision coming, watch how it pans out. I've been writing my plans down, trying to stay focused, put out the notice. Who the GOAT is, me hands down. Yeah, no time for arguments, I cut out the politics, no. It's all my competence, I could cause your apocalypse. Ambition, it ain't for the weak, get it even when I sleep. Ready and willing, what you ready
but
to
I'll
say?
find a way, with or without your aid. Oh, you try to make me stay. No, there's nothing you can say, 'cause I'll find a way.
The Barnstormers TV pre-show is presented by Great Lakes Gymnastics, the #1 Chatham gymnastics facility, and by Kent and Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider. And now, from Fergie Jenkins Field in Chatham, Ontario, Barnstormers TV.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Fergie Jenkins Field. It's Barnstormer Baseball Live, brought to you by Kent Essex Mutual Insurance. It is Season 2, and welcome to it. I'm Chris McLeod. Next to me is Ed Myers, Peter Cobb, Alana Wills. Mike Renier will be back in the booth again for year number 2. Ed, they brought us back.
They did.
Yeah.
It's good to be back.
Big surprise, big surprise. We're already underway here at the ballpark. It's another opening day, and we're kind of feeling things out, and a lot of fans still rolling in here on a long weekend in Chatham-Kent. So Dom Donnell, the owner and president of the team, or one of the owners anyway, amongst the other owners that are on the field right now, are addressing the crowd as they arrive here tonight. Well, a little different than what we had last year. Ed, last year we came in blind. We were flying blind, and we were wondering what we were getting into.
Yeah, we were thinking that we were looking at a bunch of players with numbers and uniforms. I think I knew maybe 4 or 5 players on the Chatham team and no one else. And it was an interesting start. And we have a year behind us now, and hopefully that will make things a little easier for us to get started.
Yeah, for sure. It's a league that we're not completely new to, and not just us, but the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers themselves. A lot of players starting their second year and a little more familiar with what's going to happen here this season.
I think that experience will make a huge difference, and thinking about us not knowing what to expect, the players, a lot of them were from various parts of Ontario and a few imports. Last year we had 4 were coming in. They didn't know each other, let alone their opposition, and as the year went on, they gelled quite nicely and had a good season.
Cool night here tonight at the ballpark. Barnstormers taking on the Kitchener Panthers here tonight, who are already 1-0 on the season. They played a regular season game at Christie Pitts last week against the Toronto Maple Leafs, had an exhibition game on Thursday, and now here's their second regular season game here. Kitchener Panthers come in, a team with a new ownership group here this year, and really looking to improve on what happened last year with this team and turn things around.
Yeah, every year is a fresh start for all teams, and they've added a few, made a few changes, and added a few players here and there, and as have we. And because it is the first game of the year, you really don't know what to expect, and all teams are optimistic going in the early part of the year, and hopefully we'll see a good ball game.
There you go. I think we all got strikes from the ladies here on the opening pitch tonight. The ceremonial, I think one got bounced up in there, but some familiar faces back this year with the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers. Thanks again to those that are tuning in, wherever you're tuning in on the YouTube stream. We're going to jump on that stream here in a minute, see if we can start chatting away like we did through the season last year. But the Barnstormers and the Kitchener Panthers coming up here tonight. Barnstormers' first game of the season. There you see, there's one change right off the bat we could mention, Ed. Is the Barnstormers have moved to the first base dugout.
Yes, they have. Last year they were at third, and there have been some fairly major changes since last year. They're going to replace the bullpen, the right field bullpen, and moved it to right field. I don't know if you can see it on your camera or not, but it's by the field house. There is a cement pad that's laid that will accommodate another approximately 550 seats, which will add to our seating problems we had. It was a good problem last year. We had a lot of people come to the games. We had a great year, but that will improve our seating tremendously. And there are also dressing rooms in right field so that the Barnstormers can simply enter directly onto the field and to the dugout.
And the Kitchener Panthers, the road team, and road teams this year will dress in the Chatham Maroons, the Sutherland Cup-winning Chatham Maroon dressing room, and make their way across the current soccer field over to the Diamond. So the Panthers unable to take batting practice in the cage tonight. They went into the batting cage. They didn't take it on the field because of the pregame ceremonies that are taking place here tonight. There you see, there's a look at your weather. Cloudy, windy, wind going right field to left field, which if you know much about Fergie Jenkins Field, that's going to favor the pitchers here tonight because the deepest part of this ballpark is to left field. Right field, that short porch, that's right where the clubhouse is, the field house. And we saw some players pepper that metal roof last year with some long bombs.
If you're a left-handed batter, it's certainly a target. And it's the shortest part of the ballpark, obviously, and it cuts out rather quickly. It's a asymmetrical shaped park with the deepest part, as Chris said, to left center field at the scoreboard. That would be a poke. I don't think I've ever seen anybody hit the scoreboard. That would be quite a hit.
Yeah, I did not witness it. I didn't witness it in House League back in the day. So
no, it's out there. And I think last year, I think we only saw 2 home runs over left field pits during the season, and so that in itself is a good poke.
Kitchener Panthers being introduced to the crowd here. Shanif Harami, who is the general manager now and the president in his first year, and he's also working with the Kitchener Titans of the basketball league as well. Kind of a nice synergy with having the ownership group own both. You can share marketing duties, so some great synergies with that team. And good to see when you've got strong teams across the league, it's a strong league altogether. And it's good to see the Panthers with some moves in the offseason to move towards that. They finished 8th last year, lost to 3-1 to the Welland Jackfish. They begun this season with a 6-5 victory in Toronto. Had a lot of eyes on that game. And Shanif said they played well and were happy to get out of there with a win on the opening weekend. And they'll play tomorrow. Their home opener will be against the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers. They're right back on the field.
We will have played them 4 times in approximately 12 days. By the time we finish tomorrow, we've had 2 exhibition home and away against Kitchener, and as well as tonight and tomorrow. So we'll, as I say, we'll get to know them well.
Panthers still being introduced here at the ballpark, and then you'll hear the Barnstormers introduced here shortly. We're still 35 minutes away from game time, Ed, so don't burn up all your good thoughts yet.
Okay, pace myself.
Yeah, we got to save some because we got a ways to go. Some sights around the ballpark. I see some people still streaming in here in the bleachers in behind the home plate area. And if you're lucky, give us a wave there. Let's see. There's us right there.
Oh yeah,
there we are. The crew working hard here behind the scenes to get us on the air today. And thanks for those tuning in. We're being obviously on YouTube. YouTube can be worldwide, but we've got some local establishments that are picking up the broadcast as well. So welcome to the broadcast here tonight. Brought to you by Kent Essex Mutual Insurance. Jeff Hopman back on the mic as the PA announcer for your Chatham-Kent Barnstormers. Your Barnstormers being announced now here at Fergie Jenkins Field.
Clubhouse assistants, Dan Goodall, Zach Hugh, and Ty Kirk. The team's medical staff. The general manager, Harry.
Field looks good, Ed?
Yeah, it looks really good. Yeah, it's survived the winter, and I know they put a lot of work into getting things ready for tonight.
Well, it was a tough week, too. It was so wet, so I know they're all hard on it is. The week went on. I was over here. It was Tuesday or Wednesday.
Yeah, lots of things have been happening around the field with all the improvements, and a number of teams in our city trying to get on it to start the year. It's a busy place already.
Gil Rondon in his first year as a manager, take over this season. Bill was the pitching coach last year. I ran into him this week. Still talking about the pitchers. You can talk pitching with Gil until your face turns blue.
Gil loves the game. Yeah, he lives the game. I talked to him last night for a while, and he was still talking baseball when I left. He's got many stories over many years. He loves the game.
Nathan Piccioni. Dylan Howard. Mizuki Akatsuka.
From the first base line. Interesting to see the faces here. One of the big faces that is no longer with the team is Seth Strong, who was the MVP last season. Certainly a crowd favorite right away, and he moves up and leaves the Barnstormers, but leaves a hole in the lineup, doesn't it?
Big hole. A lot of numbers to make up there, home runs and RBIs, and some leadership as well. And be interesting to see who steps up, whether it's step up by committee or one of our newcomers is able to fill that role. Big RBI guy, and a power hitter. Versatility to the Panda played both first and third, and had a very successful season last year.
Owen Constantino is a big bat. He's going to wear 27. He's going to back clean up. He's going to play first tonight. He's just still a kid. He's just 20 years old, but
he's from the Ottawa area and attended Carleton University. He had a big year last fall. Won the Canadian Championship, and he was the MVP for Carleton during that tournament. They ended the Canadian University year. So we'll wait to see what happens. I say we're in a position where we really haven't seen them play a little bit much. We've seen them a little bit in that one exhibition game, but tonight will tell the tale how they're going to get started.
You can hear that wind that's whipping up here into our booth, Ed. This is what we're going to be dealing with here tonight. And that wind is strong from right field coming right at us.
Yeah,
so
coming right through the screen.
Brock Whitson getting himself ready to go. He's going to be the starting pitcher tonight. When you're pitching here at Fergie Jenkins Field and that wind's blowing in from the right, you're going to like that.
That's right.
Here's a look at Robert Mackey, a returnee, former London Major, last year in the first initial season with the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers.
I got to meet him earlier in the month. I said I used to call him, look out, old Mackey is back, and I never got to talk to him last year. I said to him, I'm the guy. He understood.
Sadler Goodwin was a player that was signed last season by the Barnstormers, and then due to commitments wasn't able to get here. Only got 9 games in, but he was a player. He'll start shortstop tonight that settled down that infield, because that was one of the things we noticed early in the season. We talked about the walks, but you know, you get somebody in the middle of the diamond that can catch the ball. That goes a long way.
Sort of took charge, and he's a natural shortstop in my estimation. He can move to his right, left, has a cannon for an arm, and it's very smooth what he does.
So some names you'll recognize Let's kind of pick around the order here for your Barnstormers tonight. Anthony Polowick back with the team, but he's going to start at third base tonight. Didn't play a whole lot of third last year. But they like Anthony out of the McMaster program. He's going to bat second. And Mitsuki Fukuda is back. And that's, again, we talked about the middle of the diamond, right? You're going to start with Fukuda. You've got Goodwin at short, and you got Spencer Marcus up in center. So kind of get that strength up the middle defensively. And Fukuda, he's certainly settled down the pitching staff and defensively, and then with the bat too. He kind of had everything going on.
He had a good year. He did some really deceptive things. Remember his fake catch, standing at the plate, waiting, thinking there's going to be no play at the plate, and the runner is sort of easing up, and at the last minute he goes up, catches the ball, makes the tag. He did that twice in Chatham last year. Very good hands. He got injured toward the end of last year. Wasn't able to finish the year. He broke, I think, 1 or 2 fingers. I'm not sure how ball. But he's back and ready to go.
Over the Kitchener Panthers, they come in against some new faces there. They made some changes, obviously, some new ownership there. So some new faces in the front office. We're talking about Ceremonies, who said a lot of work had to be done. Had to get some players in, some faces in, some bats in to improve this Kitchener Panther team. And that's obviously was their goal coming in. But they made a change at manager as well. Pete Kiefer, his first season, comes in. Mike Beamer, who's the former general manager of the Panthers, still involved with the club, and he's got some deep roots in Cuba. And you can certainly see his work peppered up and down this line.
A lot of Cuban presence and some players with a lot of experience, international experience, and to add to their strength this year.
Lefty, the Barnstormers mascot, next week at his Lefty's birthday. Yeah, he's going to have some friends here. Saturday night, he's going to have some buddies in attendance and take on the Brantford Red Sox. For Saturday night next week at 7:05. Chatham-Kent Barnstormers. Lefty things. Yeah, back to the Kitchener Panthers. 1-0 on the season. Junior Ibarra is one of the best defensive catchers, one of the best defensive catchers out of Cuba. And he certainly is a presence here. Bats third in this lineup and is an on-in for this season.
Right. Yeah. I'm not sure how to clarify that, but I think this is his third year with the club, and certainly has a presence behind the plate. Hits well, has pitching staff well. Good lineup, and he's worth watching. Good ball player.
"25 minutes from first pitch here tonight. Barnstormers, like we said, have played a couple of preseason games against the Panthers, and they both been wins. And it's tough to go from a preseason game where you see some players playing in different positions. Start somebody who's, maybe not a guy that comes out to start a game. So a little different look. What do you take out of those preseason games? Is there anything you can?
I think mainly players get a chance to show themselves, and I think the managers are able to move people around a bit, figure out who's going to fit where. We had fun the game here. We had 900 elementary kids at the game, and it was loud. They were here early, and they enjoyed the game, and it was a good idea the league had to get the elementary kids involved and get them out there and see some Intercounty League ball played, and it was a lot of fun. But again, we had junior players who were, given a couple of bats and not necessarily signed, but they're affiliated, and it's hard to get a really accurate assessment of an exhibition game. Sort of like spring training is to the major leagues.
Yeah.
You go and see a bunch of players you might not see for a while, but the coaches are looking for talent.
Yeah, that Thursday game in Kitchener, I know there was a couple of players and still some openings on both rosters where they were just wanted to get one more look at a couple of players. And that's one thing when I talked to Shadef, the general manager of Kitchener, they played a regular season game and then played a exhibition game. And then right back to the regular season. They said they wanted to do that because they don't even get on the field in Kitchener until this week. So
Backhand.
yeah, a little oddity in that schedule, but he said, you don't want to give those up because, again, early in the season, you kind of want to see what you got through, so who's going to slot in where. So pretty happy with that. He's happy with Pete Kiefer, the general manager, the manager of the team. His first season here with no streak in baseball, 20 years, has worked with MLB in Latin America, Division I, Division II advisor, so he's got his fingers in a lot of different pies. He brings a lot of knowledge to the Kitchener dugout here this season, so that'll go a long way. Just one of those things that Kitchener really wanted to do was get somebody involved like that, especially when you got the number of Cubans they do, so there's Latin American players that certainly helps.
It's a good connect for sure. And we counter with our own. Gil has had experience all internationally, involved in international play, and coached in Mexico, and Puerto Rico. He has really experienced. That's a lot of wisdom. Confidence to young pitchers. I made the comment last year. I think about halfway through the year, pitchers started throwing more strikes. Had a lot more confidence. We got off to not a great start. With the number of hit pitch batters and walks, we led the league with 284 pass walks and hit bats. That certainly had to be improved on, and they did improve as the year went on, but I'm sure that's something that Gil will be looking at this year.
Well, that's the one thing I talked to Gil about that. I said, this is something we've kind of learned is it's a pitching league, right? If you can get into that bullpen, start to lose some of your depth, and you can start knocking out some of those pitchers, and then you're going to have some success. But so, a lot of it's mental, too. Yeah, so what I gave it the Rockets come back out there and let's compete. I really wanted to see the pitchers compete and not just cave. And for a lot of these pitchers, they've never pitched at this kind of level or this kind of environment. So
there were a lot of young guys last year, and we had a few people that sort of moved in and out, and until they settled in on a sort of a role for each of the pitchers, and they grew up in a hurry because in this league you play often. It's a concentrated schedule of 42 games. You look up and it's playoff time. So you want to go to the point.
The pregame shows, we won't normally do this on just opening day, get a look at the field and some of the festivities that are happening here. The field is this is good to see some diamonds on the baseball teams. They get the work. These kids love it too. They do high five on both sides. Hello to everyone that's tuning in. Let's go over some of the questions. Anyone have a report on what one might expect starting pitchers for the Juniors to watch? Well, let's go over the starting pitchers here tonight. Yadier Martinez started tonight for the Bay State Kitchener Panthers. He pitched in the opening game. He wasn't the starter, but he came into the bullpen. He's 29 years old. 91 strikeouts last year. He's a strikeout pitcher. In the best way. In the best way. As a pitcher, you want to have that, a little bit of a snarl there on the mound. So Martinez is a competitor. He's got a little bit of arrogance with him. 76 and 2/3 innings last year. Only 21 walks to 91 strikeouts. That's impressive. Last weekend, he went 5 innings versus Toronto. Got the win at 5 strikeouts. He's an important man at Cuba. So Martinez will be the starter tonight for the visitors. And then you turn to the home team. Brock Whitson gets the start tonight. 5-3 last season, 4.04 ERA, which is 5th best on the team, but 2nd among pitchers that pitched more than 15 games played. So he was one of the best, and he only got better as the season.
He did. He was one of the obvious guys that I believe he listened to Gil, and he gained confidence as the season went on and threw a lot more strikes. And he finished very strong. I would say he was the most reliable starting pitcher by the end of the year.
69 pitch, led the Barnstormers, 19 games, 11 of those starts, 30 walks, 39 Ks. That's obviously something we've hit on all Barnstormer pitchers. I think any pitcher really is.
you have to. He was also named the most outstanding pitcher, and that was the Harry Muir Award. Harry's their general manager. Pitched in the Blue Jay chain in his day. He'd be the first winner of the Harry Muir Award, most outstanding pitcher.
And to add to it, he had one save last year as well. So yes, thanks for those tuning in. We are kind of keeping an eye, or trying to keep an eye anyway, and I know we're still a ways away from the first pitch tonight, but showing on the chat on the YouTube feature, but that's
All right, guys, how are we feeling tonight? Let's give a round of applause for our game opener. I think we can do better than that. To the game opener today, seeing everybody come on out and support you guys.
Feels great. We're a good group of guys, and we're excited to get back out on the field with baseball for town. So, yeah, feels great.
Absolutely. And what would you say a part of your teammates have you guys really focused on in training? What's something you guys really want to focus on opening day?
Good vibe moment. So we're really focused on having a good time and not going out here
That's amazing, Torrin. And as you can tell, there's so many young players here today. Guys, put up your hands. Let's give a warm welcome to them. Woo! Now, for those young, aspiring players in the crowd, we hear them all over. Such an inspiration you guys are. What advice would you give to those little guys on the sidelines there looking up to you guys?
Keep playing hard, keep having fun, and enjoy the time while you're young before the body starts breaking down.
Well, you guys are looking not bad, I think. We are live at the Barnstormers home opener. Let's give our buddy here a round of applause and cheer on our team. Let's go!
Vasilenic, interviewed here prior to the first pitch of game number 1 of the 2025 ILD season. The Barnstormers and the Chatham-Kent Panthers coming up. Vasilenic is an interesting story. Vasilenic was shortstop last year. He had a tough time getting it going. He admittedly struggled himself. And he went and pitched. And he just chucked the ball. He could throw a heavy ball.
He could. He ended up with an ERA of 0.000. That's not bad.
And they were pretty happy with that. They started this season, that preseason, and were saying, hey, we're going to pitch him out of the bullpen. We'll keep him off the field. He's going to be a pitcher. Well, in the Thursday game, he went 3 for 4, and they said his bat's been electric here in the preseason. They're pretty happy with that, and he's going to start in left field tonight.
He is versatile. There's no doubt about that. I know he played some outfield last year as well, and had a good year. I think he might have been an example of a guy who came in and he comes in out of Alberta, and trying to get his ground legs and figure out what his role was. And as you mentioned earlier, Goodwin was supposedly the starting shortstop who had a commitment back home in Tennessee, I believe, and did not arrive until July. And so Torrin did most of the playing at shortstop. He had trouble with his bat. He did not have a consistent year with the bat, but then started pitching, and he was very effective. And he's the arm of a shortstop. That's the thing. They mentioned that Sadler, Goodwin, the shortstop, can stand up and throw a ball across the infield at 90 miles an hour. He's been clocked, and that's very impressive. And Vasilenic also has a very strong arm, and that's one thing about guys this age. When they're playing minor baseball, probably every person out there has pitched. Usually you look at the ball teams, and your better ball player pitches, their shortstop, and it's not difficult. I'm sure if called on anybody to go in and pitch an inning, they could. Now, how effective they're going to be would vary. But he's one of those guys who was able to step in and do a good job.
Yeah, that bat, and we had said it a couple times last year. If that bat gets going for him, that could certainly be a difference maker in this Barnstormers lineup. And as we said, not to sit here and make excuses though, but Barnstormers were still kind of learning what they had gathered here as a team as well. So they were, feeling out, putting pitchers and players in different positions.
Yeah, new positions could make a difference. I'm laughing. I was listening to a broadcast of the Tiger game last night, and they're mentioning Baez moving out to center field, and they said, well, he must have played center field before. And I said, no, he never played center field, and he's never hit better. Yeah. He's at, going into today, at 3 home runs in 3 games. He's made some spectacular catches, and all of a sudden he's reborn as a baseball player.
A lot of this is mental. And you know what? I had this conversation with Gil the other day is a lot of it's mental because, your bat's not working. You take it on the field or vice versa. You bring it to the plate with you too. And, well, you're already behind the 8 ball when that happens.
Yeah, you can't leave it anywhere, and that's the problem. And that's a skill in itself, learning to move on and focus. And not all people can do that as well as the others. And some people, you see people. I played ball with a guy one time who was a catcher, and halfway through a season, he decided that there's no way he could throw the ball back to the pitcher.
Got the yips.
Yeah, and he used to have to walk the ball back halfway to throw it. The Yankees had a second baseman named Chuck Knoblauch who developed that same. And he's the shortest throw in baseball, and he could not throw the ball from second to first, and they ended up putting him in left field. He could throw the ball from left field at second, but not from second to first. So it's all between the years.
Remember the name Mackie Sasser was a catcher. Same thing, got the yips behind the plate, and what we're looking at here, we're seeing the Barnstormers out in the right field line. They're warming up, and in behind them, that is Tweedsmuir Ave. And you see the neighborhood. There was a couple of tailgates going on the walk in here this morning, and just to the left of that, you can just see the corner. That is the field house, the Ewald Field House that makes up part of the right field wall. And that is that short porch down the line there. You can kind of see a better angle there on the right of your screen. That's the short porch. So those that are tuning in and seeing for the very first time Fergie Jenkins Field, this is your view here. And back in that previous view, Ed, I was going to say there's going to be some stands being installed there, and they were, there you go, guys. Thank you. So you've got some temporary stands there, but there's going to be, what'd you say, 500 more seats?
I think it's 580, I think they said last night. It's 2 units that are being prefabbed. So when they come, they'll be dropped on the cement pad that's been poured, and that'll make a big difference here where people will have a little bit more flexibility and being seated and being able to get up and move around and come back to their seat. And it was a pleasant problem from last year because nobody really knew how many people were going to come out to watch the ball game, and I think we averaged just a little under 1,000 a game, somewhere in that ballpark. The crowds were really good. One thing I noticed about the behavior of the fans, nobody ever booed a Barnstormer last year. Not one time.
You certainly had home field advantage.
Yeah. No.
Playing as a Barnstormer here.
You see somebody come off and had a really terrible inning, and everybody's standing and applauding and cheering. Yeah, that's okay. We'll get them next time. And that's great.
That's a good look, guys. And speaking of improvements around the ballpark, there's I don't know if you can see it behind the chain link there, in behind the bleachers. There's a new fence that's been around the perimeter of Fergie Jenkins Field. A real good look. If it's right at the corner of Queen and Tweedsmuir in Chatham. And as you drive by it, really classes the place up. I know last year they had a temporary fence, and that was obviously just to get the gates open last year, as there was a first-year club, a lot of work to be done. But this year, they just completed that Thursday. Yeah, putting the final screws on that fence.
But it really it's a big improvement. It looks really good. It dresses it up considerably and defines the ball diamond from the rest of the facilities. There's a soccer field out in center field, and beyond that, the good old Memorial Arena. And I think it's 1948 vintage. And been there standing since that day. Last year we talked about this area during World War II being a marching where the troops trained in this on this field to go off into Europe in 1939. And this was actually federal property. And the ball diamond was here, but you had to apply to Ottawa if you wanted to use the diamond. It was federal territory, and they had the old Kinsman Auditorium where they trained, and the houses along Tweedsmuir were the houses for the officers during the war. And the rest of this area, if you've seen some old pictures, were all tents. Essex Kent Scottish Regiment trained here and went off to war. Interesting background, and I mentioned last year too in left field was the golf course.
That's
was
right,
the forerunner of Maple City Country Club, Chatham Golf and Country Club, and ceased to exist in 1957 when Maple City was created. And a little bit more folklore.
See, this is what you're getting this year. Ed, you're going to tune in to Barnstormers baseball. You're going to watch some fine baseball, and you're going to learn something.
Let's
right?
hope so.
Hang around that long enough.
Some good and some bad, right?
You can't get rid of the teacher, right?
And others you can just ignore. Right?
Barrie and Welland, the other game in the IBL here this evening. No score in that one. It's still back at the first. They started a little earlier than Kitchener, and Chatham-Kent Barnstormers going to get underway here in about 5-6 minutes or so. We'll get rolling as the fans continue to stroll in. And I'm looking here, Ed, because I had written down the weather forecast, and I'll tell you, about an hour ago, it didn't look like this. And if you look over right field and out over Memorial Arena, we've got some sunshine up there now, a little cloud cover, but the wind's died down a little bit here.
The wind was just whipping through the windows up here, and we closed them a bit.
Yeah.
Hold down the papers. But,
So-
it's supposed to settle in, and I don't think we'll have any problem with rain. Hopefully the wind does subside, because there's nothing worse than chasing a wind-blown fly ball.
Oh, there we go, guys. Look at that work. Good work by the team here tonight. The weather forecast, looking at about 13 degrees or so at game time tonight. That should be right about where it sits. Brought to you by Great Lakes Gymnastics, but Barnstormers baseball will be rolling here. And some barn ball coming your way as the umpires have now entered the field. We're getting set. John Thompson will be the home plate umpire. Jeff Stollard at first base, and Stephen Gomes, the third base umpire tonight. There you see them, lefty ushering them towards the home plate area. Ed, I think we've made it through the longest pregame show in the history of the. We're setting records already.
Yes.
So coming up as the season goes, Ed, we'll be on the air 15 minutes beforehand. The stream will start half an hour prior to the game, but 15 minutes beforehand we'll be here and we'll be breaking down the action. Mike Renier will also be up in the booth. Peter Cobb will be part of the pregame. My co-host on the radio, Alana Wills, who will be talking to some players too, but obviously, opening night, a little bit different. We'll go over your starter pitchers once again and break it down for you as we're getting closer to first pitch here tonight and the start of the second ever Chatham-Kent Barnstormers season here at Fergie Jenkins Field. Okay, your starting pitchers tonight for the Panthers will be Yadian Martinez, a Cuban import, 29 years old. We talked about him. He's got an attitude on the mound, and that's what you want in a starting pitcher. He comes at you, and he's going to challenge you. He's got 91 strikeouts last season, was second overall in the IBL, 76.2 innings pitched, and only 21 walks. He doesn't give up much. He was the winning pitcher in the opening game for the Panthers in Toronto against the Maple Leafs. He went 5 innings, came out of the bullpen in that one, but went 5 innings and got 5 strikeouts in that. Yadian Martinez, the starter tonight. Barnstormers come back with Brock Whitson, 5-3 on the season last year. A 4.04 ERA, was 5th on the team. But if you look at players that pitched in more than 15 games, he sat second. 69 innings pitched, led the team. 19 games, 11 of them started. He got 1 save, 30 walks, 39 Ks, and Brock Whitson. Ed, your starting matchup here tonight. We'll see 2 pitchers. Yadian a little more experience, but Brock coming off a strong rookie season.
Yeah, Brock, as we mentioned along the way, had matured a lot during the year. Started gaining confidence in throwing strikes. I've watched him working out with Gil a few weeks ago, throwing to a target, and he seems to have gained that confidence to throw the ball where he wants to throw it. And with the experience comes confidence. I think you can't just will it on yourself. Say, I'm going to be confident now. You have to have some feedback, and I think he was given that through his last year experiences.
And they get the same thing with Kitchener Yadians coming into his second full season. He's about a year and a half into his IBL career, but again, a pitcher who has pitched at a high level, and he comes in with a little bit of a snarl tonight too. So Martinez and Whitson, two of the top pitchers on both of these squads. All right, your starting lineup tonight for the Kitchener Panthers. Starting at shortstop, Jordan Molduli will start. Svani Penalve will be batting second, a good bat. They say he'll be batting in the second spot, maybe in the fifth, but a good contact over power kind of hitter. Junior or Ibarra is the catcher tonight. He bats in the third spot. Arthur Kawara is the designated hitter. He had a home run in the opener. AJ Karasis will start at third base and bat fifth. Nick Parsons at first and batting sixth. Jamie Cabral will bat in the seventh spot, playing center. Charlie Towers, coming over from Toronto, will play second base. And Trent Lawson, who had a real good opening day, went 3 for 4 in the victory, will be the left fielder and bat ninth in the Kitchener Panthers order. Chatham-Kent Barnstormers will come back with Spencer Marcus, who was an all-star in his first season. He'll play in center field. Anthony Polowick started most of his games last year at second, will move to third. Mitsuki Fukuda will play at catcher tonight, bat third. Owen Constantino, a guy they're going to look for some power and some pop, will be your cleanup hitter. Robert Mackey starts in the second base position, batting fifth. Spencer Moran moves into right field, and we'll have to deal with that short porch tonight. Sadler Goodwin, the shortstop, batting seventh. Torin Vasilenik, the left fielder tonight, batting eighth. He went 3 for 4 in that preseason game, the final tune-up on Thursday. And Nathan Piccioni, who was a recent signee by Harry Muir, will be the designated hitter. Piccioni's got quite the story himself, and we will get to know him as the game goes on. But that is your Chatham-Kent Barnstormers lineup here tonight. We're just moments away from the anthem and the start of the season. I guess, Ed, let's talk about your keys to the victory here tonight. I know it's your first game for the season, but what would you say the Barnstormers need to do to bring home a win?
Well, I think we touched on the one. We have to have consistent pitching. We have to have pitchers who can throw strikes and not get behind batters. There's an art to pitching, obviously. They try to get ahead of the batters and not be always catching up. The other big thing, too, is we're missing one huge player on the roster this year with the Panda moving on to the Frontier League. And we certainly need somebody to step into that role. Who that will be, it's the first game of the year. We're not sure. Or whether it's going to be by committee, we're not sure of that either. Seth certainly stepped into that role last year and became a leader and an MVP. Had a tremendous year, and he certainly was able to lead the Barnstormers in that role. And hopefully somebody can step up.
Just going over some of the ground rules right now. Pete Kiefer, we talked about him, the first-year manager of the Kitchener Panthers. Longtime baseball guy, but not sure how many times he's been to Fergie Jenkins Field, so he's getting a look at it here. And just talking about the ground rules with the umpiring crew. I'd like to point out, if you're looking at home plate area, there is a couple of initials there that are chalked into the dirt behind home plate tonight. There you see it. D.O., and that's for Dean Oberle, who is passed away late in 2024. He had a 6-month battle with cancer. A guy that was involved in a lot of different levels, a high-level umpire with Baseball Canada, wanted to try something else and went off to become a volleyball official as well. Just loved giving back. Certainly a big name in this area here in the ball community, and a lot of the Barnstormers who are from that Windsor area too certainly dealt with playing with Dean Oberle, or working with Dean Oberle, I should say.
We have a fair number of Windsorites on the roster. We have several St. Clair College, St. Clair Saints, especially in the pitching area, are part of the Barnstormer program. And, of course, as many of you know, we're not far out of Windsor, 45 minutes. And it's been a lot of baseball played between Windsor and Chatham over many, many years.
Dane was a guy who had time for young officials and those that were just getting into it, and would certainly lend an ear and lend his expertise to the young officials coming up, not only through baseball but through volleyball and his other officiating duties. And that really is an unforgiving job right there.
Yeah, it certainly
certainly
is.
the first person to get yelled at will be the umpires or an official throughout the game. Salute to everyone that is joining us. We see some Cuban flags on the chat here tonight. I'm sure you're cheering on some of these Kitchener Panthers that are lining up tonight of Cuban descent. And we see the teams are lining up. We're getting ready for the starting lineups to be announced here at Fergie Jenkins Field. Thank you for tuning in to Barnstormer Baseball Live, brought to you by Kent Essex Mutual Insurance Company. They're back again this year as our sponsor.
Panzer was whipping in that breeze. That's more in the breeze.
Yeah, a little gusts going on here. We got Mangan up in the booth tonight producing. We got Dan, the scorekeeper, next to us, and Rigby working the scoreboard. So we got the whole gang back together. Back once again, and we're on your TV tonight too. Where, hey, look at that, picking things up, Ed. Becoming legit up here.
All right, Barnstormers fans, it's time to cheer.
We'll throw it down to Jeff Hopman here
Cheer for your defensive line.
and let Jeff introduce the lineups tonight.
Imperial Eyewear, they'll be Chatham. Imperial Eyewear, please make sure our Barnstormers can see the ball and catch it all. This is your defensive lineup for your Chatham-Kent Barnstormers. Tonight, starting in left field, number 5, Torrin Vasilek. Tonight, in center field, number 19, Spencer Marcus. In right field, number 25, Spencer Morin. Tonight, at third base, number 4, Anthony Pawlik. At shortstop, number 3, Sadler Goodwin. Tonight, at second base, number 7, Robert Mackey. Tonight, at first base, number 27, Owen Constantino. Tonight, behind the dish, number 45, Mitsuki Fukuda. Your starting pitcher today, number 14, Brock Winston. This is your defensive lineup for tonight's game, presented by Imperial Eyewear, located at 470 St. Clair Street, right here in Chatham. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, if you're able, we ask you to rise, remove your caps, and direct your attention to the Canadian flag in center field for the singing of our national anthem, tonight performed by the Kibble family. But first, I'd like to take a moment of silence. You'll notice the initials D.O. behind home plate. Those are for longtime umpire, including the IBL, Dean Overly, who recently passed away. A moment of silence, please. Thank you. We will now resume with the singing of O Canada, again by the Kibble family.
back to some barn ball, season number 2. Welcome to it. It's brought to you by Kent Essex Mutual Insurance Company, and it is game 1 for the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers, and they take on the Kitchener Panthers, who come in 1-0 on the season. Good evening and welcome to it. If you're watching on YouTube or your TV, we welcome you to the broadcast. I'm Chris McLeod. Next to me is Ed Myers. Peter Cobb, Alana Wills, Mike Runyon will all be part of the broadcast as the season goes on. Thank you for tuning in. If you've been here for the longest pregame show ever, Ed, I think we held it together.
We was about a 30 minutes worth. We covered a wide range of topics and didn't get into home recipes or anything like that. But
well, not yet. Let's get her discussed here. Brock Whitson is on the mound warming up. 5-3 last season, a 4.04 ERA, was 5th best on the team. Led the team with 69 innings pitched, 19 games, 11 of them starts. 30 walks, 39 strikeouts, led the team, and he also had a save too. Brock will get the opening day start for the Barnstormers. If you're tuning in on YouTube, you feel free to weigh in if you have any comments. I see Greg Kemble is on. Greg is the player that got the first ever hit in Barnstormers history, and he's going to help out the bullpen this year and be around the team. He's working here tonight. And Ken Williams, is that the Kenny Williams from last year?
could be.
Kenny, good old lefty. Thanks for tuning in there, Kenny. Yeah, getting some comments going there. And I think I said earlier a Cuban flag. That was a Dominican flag that's in the chat here tonight. But, hey, welcome to it. Barnstormers and the Kitchener Panthers and Season 2 of some barn ball here at Fergie Jenkins Field.
Crowd is certainly filled up in the last little bit. I think they were waiting for the weather to break a little bit. It seems to have.
Jordan Muldooley will start it off for the Panthers. And Whitson will rock and will start the 2025 season. And swings away, 7-10 the first pitch, 16 degrees. Starting the night here tonight, and we got some sunshine finally. Maybe a first little bit of sunshine in the forecast for the day today. Long weekend. And we are underway in Season 2.
When's the last time we had sun and warm on a 2-4 weekend?
It's been a while.
Seem to be.
Yesterday was a beautiful day, a little cooler here today as Woodson comes right back with a strike, a bouncer to Mackey, 2-3 hops, and he'll get it over to first, and that's how you start.
Mackey is back.
Mackey is backy. Muldooley grounds out to start the game here tonight. The thing with Whitson, you notice 2 strikes right off the bat here. Next up is Penalve, an outfielder. Starts in right field here tonight. Penalve, much more of a contact than a power hitter. A good 340 hitter over his time in Cuba. Swings a good bat. Penalve settles into the left-handed batter's box. Head in the count, 1-0. Nice frame there by Fukuda. Will get it on the outside corner. Penalve doesn't agree. Count is even. And Lowe won't get the call there. John Thompson, the home plate umpire tonight. Jeff Stollard at first and Stephen Gomes at third. Penalve will line one over the shortstop. Goodwin can't get up to climb the ladder. And that's going to be the first hit of the season against the Barnstormers. They got a runner on. A single to left field to start.
Called it right. He sort of waited on that pitch and just slapped it to left field.
Junior Ibarra will settle in, the catcher, veteran catcher now for the Panthers. Big red bat in his hands as Whitson comes to the plate. Ball inside. Penalve over at first getting the lead. Constantino will hold him on. Whitson looks back. Slow roll up the middle. Goodwin charges. Will step on 2. Throw to first, and that's 2.
Big double play for the Barnstormers. 3 up, 3 down, and for the first time in 2025.
Sadler Goodwin will handle it himself. Toss it to Constantino. We're out of the first. Barnstormers and the Panthers. 1 run, or 1 hit rather, no runs. And we'll go to the bottom of the inning coming up. It's Barnstormer Baseball Live, brought to you by Kent Essex Mutual Insurance Company.
Looking for a fun, active way to keep your kids moving? At Great Lakes Gymnastics, our recreational classes are all about building strength, coordination, and confidence, all while having a blast. And when it's time to celebrate, we throw birthday parties kids will never forget, packed with games, gymnastics, and tons of smiles. In our safe, state-of-the-art facility, every child gets the chance to shine. Join the fun at Great Lakes Gymnastics, where every day feels like a celebration.
Still selling critical illness insurance. Still selling retirement savings plans. Still selling group benefit plans. Still selling life insurance. Still selling disability insurance. Are you selling insurance? Not today. Play ball.
Whether personal, agricultural, or commercial, Inyo Pest Advisors are here. Inyo. Bigger than bugs.
Anything you want.
Everybody say.
The Chatham Barnstormers have multiple summer camp opportunities available. Chatham's week-long summer camp from July 7th to 11th. Leamington's week-long summer camp from July 14th to the 18th. Then we head back to Chatham.
Bottom of the first, Spencer Marcus will lead off for the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers, the first ever player signed by the Barnstormers, and what a season he had in the opening year for your Barnstormers. The Boomer Harding Award for the most outstanding offensive player of the year, and the center fielder, substitute teacher, and your leadoff batter for the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers. Yadin Martinez, 29-year-old on the mound, 91 strikeouts last year. He's 1-0 on the season. He's going to throw strikes, and Marcus wanted to get on and get some speed going here, and maybe saw the third baseman further back than need be.
Good try. You never know. I don't think I saw him bunt once last year.
No. Well, he
made such great contact all year. He is always putting the bat on the ball.
But you know Martinez is going to be in the strike zone. Very few walks, a lot of strikeouts, so why not? Let's give it a shot here. He's going to chop that to third. Up with it, across the diamond. Parsons stretches, and he's safe. Came off the bag. And that's going to go down as an error to the third baseman, pulling Parsons off. Carrasco's over at third. It didn't look like he was too comfortable coming up with that ball.
Looked like he bobbled it halfway through. He got his timing off a little bit, perhaps.
Had to rush it. Marcus quick up the line, so he settles in at first. Runner on for Polowick. Left-handed batter. He's going to get the call outside and get ahead 0-1. Martinez looks in for the sign. I borrow the catcher. Good defensive catcher, good arm on him. Marcus won't test him here. That's a shot to left. And Polowick keeps it going here. Runners on first and second. Mitsuki Fukuda, the catcher for the Barnstormers out of Japan. Great bat last year, as we said in the pregame, Ed.
very timely hitting last year, and he was an all-star, midway point, and an excellent catcher.
He gets up on that plate, right-handed hitter. Marcus gets his lead off second. Martinez looks back. And that'll be a strike on Fukuda to start him off.
Martinez is certainly around the plate.
Last year, 91 strikeouts, second in the IBL, only 21 walks. Crowd getting into it here. Bottom of the first, no score. Fukuda hits one to left. He's going to have to go back. That's a long way gone. Mitsuki Fukuda. A 3-run bomb.
Turned on that one.
First Barnstormer to knock her out to left, Ed. Why not do it in the opening game of the season?
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the first home run to left field in Barnstormers history.
We were mentioning there was only 2 balls hit out last year, both by the opposition. And that was a no-doubter. Got a high inside pitch and turned on it, and 3-run home run. Good way to start.
Yeah, we said that left field is the deepest part of the ballpark. And he took him deep, 3-0 Barnstormers. Constantino settles in. Owen Constantino, just 20 years old. Left-handed bats in the cleanup spot, the first baseman. He's one of these players that Harry Muir says, big left-handed bat, short porch and right. Something Seth Strong started in his first only IBL season. Constantino sees a strike down the middle, 2-1. And Constantino's going to pop one to right, settled underneath of it. Penalve, he circles, and he'll grab that. First down of the inning.
They hung up there for a long time.
And you can see Penalve taking a little different route to that as that wind's still swirling out there, coming in from right to left.
I was looking at Cosentino's stats, and he, although he's only 20 years old, he's played 2 years in St. Louis at community college and attended Carleton this year, so he's been pretty busy.
Martinez kicks and deals, and Mackey's going to sting one to center. Now he's got to turn, go the other way. Cabral gets twisted and comes down with it. Hey, again, I don't know if they... Yeah, Mackey thought maybe that had landed. He's going to be out on the stroke to center field. Barnstormers stinging the ball here early yet.
Yeah, they're getting around on the pitches and making good contact.
Spencer Morin played last year with the Barnstormers. His brother Cat, a pitcher, a left-handed pitcher. That one short hops Ibarra. Morin settles in on that left-hander's batter's box. 2 outs now.
Sneaky fast, they used to call that. He's got that slow wind-up delivery, and the ball gets on top of you in a hurry.
Yeah, not a big pitcher by any means, but that one's going to get through and count even up at 2-2, or rather 3-1. I'm sorry. Spencer Morin fouls that off at the plate. Sadler Goodwin waits on deck. Vasilinic in the hole. Count is 2-2, Ed.
2-2, not 3-1.
And the count goes full now for Moran, who starts in right field today. Looks like Braxton Haggith, I believe, is on the chat here tonight. I want to say out of the Parkers, too. I don't think they've missed a game. They're a big sponsor. They've been here, but...
Wedding calls tonight. So I think it was a relative's wedding.
Yeah.
Said he would be tuning in.
Former relative, I would say. Yeah. Wedding on opening night. Come on.
He attended the press release evening last night. I was talking to him.
Marin strokes one to short. And we'll throw it across. And Muldooley will get the out, but not before a big Fukuda 3-run bomb to left field. The first ball we've seen from Barnstormer to go out to left. Barnstormers ahead by a score of 3-0 to the top of the second we go. It's Barnstormer Baseball Live, brought to you by Kent Essex Mutual Insurance Company.
The Chatham Barnstormers have multiple summer camp opportunities available. Chatham's week-long summer camp from July 7th to 11th. Leamington's week-long summer camp from July 14th to the 18th. Then we head back to Chatham from July 21st to 25th. Wallaceburg's summer camp between July 28th and August 1st. And finally Dresden's summer camp between August 4th and the 8th. Contact us today at the email on screen.
Still selling critical illness insurance. Still selling retirement savings plans. Still selling group benefit plans.
We're back top of the second here at Fergie Jenkins Field. Barnstormers go ahead. And a 3-run bomb by Mitsuki Fukuda. Going to left field down the line. Brock Whitson goes 1-2-3 in the first. Penalve with a single, but the single erased on the double play. Goodwin across the diamond to Constantino to get out of the first and set up that 3-run Fukuda home run. Arthur Kawara will lead off this second period. A home run in that win in Toronto last weekend. Right-handed bat, strokes it up the middle, off the glove of Whitson. Goodwin has to hustle, comes across the body, and he makes the play. 1-6-3, the out. And that's what Sadler Goodwin will do in the middle of the diamond. A good glove. We've seen him make 2 stellar plays here in the first 4 outs. Shout out to everybody watching tonight on YouTube or your TV, wherever you're tuning in, and across Chatham-Kent. We got some different establishments. They're tuning into the game. There's a strike on the outside corner. And those joining in the chat, hey, Shannon. Looks like she watches the Spitfire games as well. Nice to see you. And double me, please. Well, thank you for that. And there's a poke. It goes out to left field. And Vasilenic gets twisted. That's over his head. And off and running is Karasis. He's going to stop at second, and a double for him. And Vasilenic had to battle that twisting wind coming from right to left, and you saw him go to his left and then have to come back to his right. And unable to get a glove on it. And Karasis with 1 out will settle in at second. Nick Parsons, the first baseman, will come to the plate here now. Fourth IBL season. It's a Waterloo native. Brock Whitson looks in. Parsons into the right-handed batter's box. 3-0 the score for the Barnstormers. Strike on the inside. Just seeing that. A little different attitude here this year for Barnstormer pitchers, and they're coming right at the strike zone. Whitson kicks and deals. Parsons chops to the hole. Across is Polowick. Big, strong throw. Coming back across the diamond. Constantino, they'll turn 2. 2 innings, 2 double plays, and that one goes 5-3, back to 6. And the Barnstormers playing some stellar defense here in the first 2, and they're up 3-0. Back with more. It's Barnstormer Baseball Live, brought to you by Kent Essex Mutual Insurance Company.
Still selling critical illness insurance. Still selling retirement savings plans. Still selling group benefit plans. Still selling life insurance. Still selling disability insurance. Are you selling insurance? Not today. Play ball.
Inyo Pest Advisors, serving all of southwestern Ontario, where you live and where you work. Inyo, bigger than bugs.
At Great Lakes Gymnastics, it all starts with our state-of-the-art 12,000 square foot facility built to inspire movement, confidence, and growth. From preschool to recreational classes, our programs are safe, structured, and designed to help every child thrive. For athletes with big goals, our competitive team trains year-round with experienced coaches and competes across Ontario. Whether you're just getting started or aiming for the podium, Great Lakes Gymnastics is where greatness begins.
Goodwin, who's been in on 2 double plays and a solid play to start off the defensive part of the top of the second. Sadler starting the season with the Barnstormers, came in just for 9 games last year. Outside ball 1.
Really good to see an accomplished shortstop of his quality. He can really play shortstop. There's no doubt that he's played there for a while. Make all the plays.
Some start the double play to end the first. Threw a ball on the run to get the first out of the second, and then covered on third there to complete the second double play for the Barnstormers. Chopper to third this time. Karasis across the diamond, and he'll get him.
Hustled out, too. Good run.
Karasis was the player that was tagged at third and the top of the second. Torn Vasilenic now will get his first at bat of the regular season. Vasilenic went 3 for 4 in that final exhibition tune-up on Thursday. Barnstormer staff pretty happy with the bat. He's going to hit a slow roll to Karasis. He's going to come across, short hop. Parsons scoops. And another 5-3 putout.
Good play both ways. First baseman came up with Parsons with the short hop and stayed down on it. Good play.
Now we get a look at one of the Barnstormers that was just signed here late in the week. He's out of Windsor, Nathan Piccioni.
Number 6, Nathan Piccioni.
Got a story here. He's from the Windsor area, but grew up playing baseball in Australia. His family moved to Melbourne when he was about 11 years old. Started playing baseball at the age of 6, excelled, played at the Windsor Central, Windsor Stars, and Windsor Selects before moving to Australia.
It's an interesting path to follow.
Yeah, it's not the
sure.
not the typical
no.
path, that's for sure. Slow breaking ball, the inside corner. 1-2. Barnstormers ahead 3-0. 2 outs in the bottom of the second. Gione checks his swing.
A lot of action so far.
In the bottom of the second, Ed.
Yeah, no, been lots of good plays.
Going on already, eh?
And there haven't been a lot of balls. There's been a lot of strikes thrown.
Yeah, I said that top of the second. I said, you see the Barnstormers come into the strike zone and keep everybody involved. And we know Martinez is always around the plate for the Panthers. So Piccioni here. Yeah, he'll swing on a slow one, and he'll end the inning on a K. No hits for the Barnstormers. They still lead 3-0. Coming up to the top of the third, it's Barnstormer Baseball Live, brought to you by Kent Essex Mutual Insurance Company.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Can't answer my phone now. Just leave it there at that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up 'cause I'm back in my zone now. 'Cause I'm back in my zone now.
watching it. What happened? What was the score today? What happened to the Jays? Jamie Cabral will lead off the third inning. Barnstormers up 3-0. Cabral from Vaughan, Ontario, into the right-hander batter's box, and he'll start him up with the ball. Played last year 5 games at the Toronto Maple Leafs. Hirani, the general manager of the Panthers, likes what he can bring to the base path. He's aggressive, and he causes havoc. He's one of those guys you want to get on and maybe steal you an extra run or two. We saw him make a nice play on the Mackey drive to center field. Got twisted and came up with the ball.
Stuck in there, yeah.
Seen some good defense. Some good pitching so far. A Barnstormer bomb. 1-2 the count. Whitson ahead.
It's quite a difference. If you can recall, last year Whitson was tight. And he tended to aim the ball from time to time, and he's freewheeling right now. He's just letting the ball fly. Oh, I thought we had one.
My reaction time is a little slow, Ed.
When?
Yeah, exactly. Tonight? Barnstormers are 14-6 last season when scoring first. And off to a good start here with a 3-run home run to left field by Mitsuki Fukuda. And that's going to be rung up. Strikeout for Whitson. His first. 1 out in the top of the third. Charlie Towers will now settle in. Another player that came over from the Toronto Maple Leafs. Hit .291 last year. 14 RBIs for the Maple Leafs. Also has played with the Hamilton Cardinals. Former Western Canadian Baseball League All-Star with the Fort McMurray Giants, and that was back in 2022. Towers, the second baseman tonight. That's in the left-hander's box. Going to swing away at that one, and it's 1-1.
You're not familiar, Brock. Whitson just completed 4 years with St. Clair College, and they won their 4th consecutive college championship.
And he is just filling up that strike zone.
He really
tonight,
is. He's pouring the ball over the plate with a lot of confidence, and he's throwing strikes, moving it around. A little bit of a slider.
Whitson kicks and deals outside. Fukuda can't pull it back. It's 2-2. Cooler night tonight, Ed. You're a former pitcher. Is that what you want as a pitcher?
Well, I guess if you're throwing strikes, it's fine. If you get behind batters and it's slowed down, it's not as good as a good, nice, warm day. We can stay warm.
John Thompson flinched a little bit on the inside. Count goes even 3-2 to Towers. Outside, get him! Back-to-back looking strikeouts.
Number 4, Trent Lawson.
Trent Lawson went 3 for 4 in the opener. And he steps up here. 2 outs in the top of the third. Outside, Lawson, the left fielder tonight. He had a good view of the 3-run bomb for Fukuda. Chased it to the fence. Ahead 0-2 for Brock Whitson.
Mechanics look really, really good. He's a different looking pitcher than he was last year.
For sure.
He's letting the ball travel.
2 strikeouts in the inning. And that one overthrew it. 5-1 Welland over Barrie. That's in action. It's the only one that's only other IBL game in action here tonight. That's in the top of the 5th. Lawson swings off the end of the bat. That goes out of play. Down the right side. Three 0 Barnstormers. And that one high to the 9th hitter, Lawson. Counts even 2-2. And Thompson right there. He had a good look at that one. Saw that hand flinch, and Whitson looks back again. He's got a couple of those calls go against him in this inning. He's got 2.
You look at that 2 ways.
strikeouts.
It's maybe too close to take as well. 2 strikes.
Kicks and deals. And that'll be popped up. Marcus in. Mackey looks. It's going to come for Goodwin. You see that wind blowing it around. And a pop out to the shortstop. 2 swinging outs in the inning. 3-0 Barnstormers. Into the bottom of the 3rd, it's Barnstormer Baseball Live, brought to you by Kent Essex Mutual Insurance Company.
The 2nd annual Barnstormers Golf Tournament takes place Tuesday, July 15th at Willow Ridge Golf and Country Club. Barnstormers' own Garrett Day will also be in attendance. To register, contact us at the emails on screen.
Flip into the best summer ever at Great Lakes Gymnastics. Our PA Day, March break, and summer camps are packed with gymnastics, games, crafts, and nonstop fun, all in a safe, state-of-the-art facility. Spots are filling fast, so register today.
Want to get your brand in front of a live audience? This spot could be yours. Reach engaged viewers in real time and make an impact. Don't miss your chance. Contact us today to get your ad here.
Barnstormer Baseball Live, back to the top of the order for the Barnstormers. Marcus came around to score, got on with an error to the 3rd baseman. Had attempted a bunt to start the game tonight for the Barnstormers. He's behind 0-1. He'll swing, and that will go back to the on-deck circle. That's 30 pitches now for Martinez. 20 of them strikes. Marcus fouls that one into the dugout for the Panthers.
Protecting the plate on that one. That was out of the strike zone, but again, too close to take.
That's what we've told you about Martinez. He's a guy who's always around the strike zone. That one bounces outside wide.
Showing a bit of a cutter. It looks like the ball just at the tail end is cutting away from the batter.
Marcus spread out. He's going to smoke one back up the middle. And Marcus is on for the 2nd time tonight.
Hit that one on the nose as well. Nothing more frightening than pitching and your arm is just coming down and the ball's coming right at your head. Defenseless feeling.
Anthony Polowick stroked one over the shortstop to get the first hit for the Barnstormers in 2025. It's 1 for 1. Can't check the swing. That one cut down and inside on him.
Curveball, yeah. Sharp breaking. It's breaking late.
Martinez outside, Polowick trying to protect. It's 0-2. Spencer Marcus over on first.
Infielders, the shortstop and second, are quite a ways away from each other for double play depth. Unless they're really quick.
He'll get him on the outside corner. Polowick goes down looking. First down of the inning. 3-0 Barnstormers. All thanks to this guy right here, Mitsuki Fukuda. First inning bomb, his first hit of the season. I don't think Fukuda stopped playing baseball since last season.
Well,
He's
he
been
had
busy.
quite a winter. He was in the Caribbean World Series, I think, with a team out of Japan.
Catch the outside corner. He's behind 0-1.
That's what a lot of these guys do play. Maybe 8 months a year. They play in different leagues.
Count evens up at 1-1. Barnstormers 3 hits on the night, 2 for the Panthers. The big one is going off Fukuda's bat back in the first. Martinez kicks and deals. Fukuda out in front of that. Ibarra back, chases it to the screen, and that one lands on her head here, Ed.
Yes, no doubt.
Rattles around up on the metal roof. 1-2 on Fukuda. That one dives outside. Count goes even to 2-2. First game of the season for the Barnstormers. Panthers coming off a win last weekend, 1-0. A win 6-5 Christie Pitts against the Toronto Maple Leafs. Martinez 2-2 to Fukuda. And he'll chop one towards the shortstop. A long way to go. He'll get it to second. They'll try to turn it. No. And Marcus is going to be called out. A quick play there by the shortstop, Muldooley. And he'll end up getting lead runner. Fukuda on the fielder's choice. We'll get to first. He's been on both times now. Owen Constantino, rookie first baseman for the Barnstormers, bat cleanup. Marcus made that close there at second.
He did. I was commenting earlier, I find the shortstop and the second baseman play pretty wide of second base. They don't cheat over with a right-handed batter, and I think that's what made that play close.
Mm-hmm.
They're really wide.
Constantino flew out to the right fielder. Benalve back in the first. I want the fastball outside. Martinez will check at first. Diving back is Fukuda. Constantino protecting that outside edge. It's 1-1. Martinez looks over his shoulder, comes to the plate, outside. Ibarra couldn't frame it there. Was close. 2-1.
We were mentioning earlier, we have quite a few ball players still making their way back from American universities who were involved in playoffs at various levels.
Constantino couldn't hold up on that one. Count goes even 2-2. A slow breaking ball.
Bad. I thought that was third strike. Pay attention, right?
2-2, 2 outs. Bottom of the third. Outside count will go full. Fukuda leading off first.
Fukuda will be going on the pitch. 3-2 and 2 out.
And you see Martinez is motioning over to Parsons, who's going to play behind the runner. Martinez only 21 walks last season to 91 strikeouts. He'll be around the plate here. Constantino geared up. Count is full. He'll get him on the hook. 2 strikeouts in the inning for Martinez. Barnstormers still lead after a 3-run home run in the first. It's 3-0. You're watching Barnstormer Baseball Live, brought to you by Kent Essex Mutual Insurance.
Attention business owners and marketers. Imagine your brand in front of a live, engaged audience, right here, right now. This space is the perfect opportunity to showcase your product, service, or message to viewers in real time. Whether you're looking to boost sales, build awareness, or grow your audience, we've got you covered. Don't wait. Secure your spot today.
My name is Spencer Marcus, outfielder for the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers from Chatham, Ontario. The community support has been amazing for baseball. Everybody coming together. You never really thought of this town as a baseball town, more of a hockey town. I remember when I found out that Kent Essex Mutual Insurance wanted to do an interview about a hometown hero. I never thought somebody would look at just a baseball player like that. It takes a lot of support to make this team a success, and the Barnstormers wouldn't be where they are today without help from sponsors like Kent Essex Mutual Insurance.
Anything you want.
Everybody say.
It's us again. Enyo Pest Advisors, 226-627-4944. Enyo, bigger than bugs.
Back top of the fourth. Jordan Malduli will start off at Cuban shortstop. Brock Whitson still on the mound. 28 pitches, for Brock Whitson, 31 pitches, 21 of them strikes. Starting off the fourth inning. Malduli made a couple of good plays at short. Whitson kicks and deals. He'll get the strike call on the inside. Whitson to the plate. That one back off his ankle. Here comes Goodwin. Will he make the play? He will.
He can move. Great lateral movement. I think the ball clipped Whitson on the ankle. It looked like it just skipped right through.
And that's the second time that has happened tonight. Very similar play. And Whitson kind of looks back at Goodwin, says, glad to help. Take the out. Goodwin has been smooth at shortstop so far. And Alve will stride to the plate. And Alve had a single back in the first inning. Erased on the double play. And Alve swings through the low pitch. Count goes even 1-1. Had a little break of sunshine to get the game started here tonight. Clouds move back in. The wind is still going right to left here. And there you see that one pushed out of the playing surface. I've seen a couple of balls get up there in that breeze.
Probably still going to have some issues if your ball hits center field or right field. It's going to drift from right to left.
Whitson. To the plate, outside, Fukuda wanted it. Count goes even 2-2. Penalva in the left-handed batter's box. Whitson to the plate. There's a stroke. Mackey comes across. Easy play to first, 2 down.
Unless I'm wrong, I think we have no walks in the game.
No, Ed. You did it.
Put the curse on him?
You did it.
No, I was looking at all the both pitchers have been ahead of the batter the whole night. It's like announcing a no-hitter in the 7th inning.
Yeah. Things you're not supposed to say, right? Junior Ibarra. Third hitter, the catcher. Hit into a double play, 6-3 to end the first. He's going to stroke that to right. Morin underneath of it, and he's got it. His first test tonight, and he'll be successful. 3 up, 3 down for the Barnstormers. Bottom of the 4th in the books. We go to the top now of the 5th. It's coming up. You're watching Barnstormer Baseball Live, brought to you by Kent Essex Mutual Insurance Company.
It's us again. Enyo Pest Advisors, 226-627-4944. Enyo, bigger than bugs.
Looking for a fun, active way to keep your kids moving? At Great Lakes Gymnastics, our recreational classes are all about building strength, coordination, and confidence, all while having a blast. And when it's time to celebrate, we throw birthday parties kids will never forget, packed with games, gymnastics, and tons of smiles. In our safe, state-of-the-art facility, every child gets the chance to shine. Join the fun at Great Lakes Gymnastics, where every day feels like a celebration.
Still selling critical illness insurance. Still selling retirement savings plans. Still selling group benefit plans. Still selling life insurance. Still selling disability insurance. Are you selling insurance? Not today. Play ball.
Whether personal, agricultural, or commercial, Enyo Pest Advisors are here. Enyo, bigger than bugs.
Anything you want.
Everybody say.
The Chatham Barnstormers have multiple summer camp opportunities available. Chatham's week-long summer camp from July 7th to 11th. Leamington's week-long summer camp from July 14th to the 18th. Then we head back to Chatham from July
Bottom of 4, Barnstormers up 3-0. Mackey even in the count, 1-1. Martinez still on the mound. Outside ball 2. Nick Kairos has come in to play center field for Cabral for the Kitchener Panthers. Compact delivery will get the call on the inside. It's 2-2. Ibarra blocks. Count goes full. Mackey trying to start the inning off as a base runner here. Flew out to center, had a stinging shot to center. Got Cabral spun around back in the first inning. Managed to come up with it. Can't check the swing. They're going to get him and finish it off. They'll go down to first. A swinging strikeout for Robert Mackey. Here comes Spencer Moran. Made the final out of the fourth inning.
Game's moving along quickly. Bottom of the fourth. We've been playing about 50 minutes.
Morin tries to bunt his way on. That chops foul. Morin grounded to shortstop to end the first. Barnstormers up 3-0. All the damage done in the first. A 3-run home run by Mitsuki Fukuda. Outside, count even at 1-1. One other game in the IBL here today. It's 5-1 Welland still, and that's in the bottom of the 6 in Welland, their home opener today. Open stance in that left-handed batter's box inside. And the count even once again, 2-2. Crowd getting into this one, trying to get Morin some.
There's one.
There, he's going to drop it just in front of the left fielder. Morin has eyes for second. Here he comes. He'll slide in safely with a double. Good hustle out of the box. And Spencer Morin gets on with one out in the bottom of the fourth. Sadler Goodwin grounded out to the third baseman. It's his glove tonight, though, Ed, that has been lights out.
Oh, he hasn't played a lot of ball in the last year. I don't know if I'm making excuses for him or not, but he didn't play very much last year, and I'm not sure he played in the wintertime, so he may be a little catch-up concerning his hitting.
At the bat, yeah. Well, he's got a runner in scoring position here. Morin with one out. Stands on second.
Got a big hole to right field. Second baseman is holding him pretty close.
Martinez looks back, tries to keep him close. And Goodwin out in front of that. Count even at 1-1. Barnstormers finished right in the middle of the pack last season in their debut year in the IBL. Goodwin again out in front of it, 1-2. And then lost 3 straight in the playoffs to the Guelph Royals.
And the evaluation of the whole year was a highly successful year. I don't know if anybody really knew what to expect in terms of the overall one loss.
Martinez to the plate. Goodwin chops to third again. Up with it. Carosis, high throw. He's going to be safe. Morin trying to get back, overthrown at second. Morin's going to try for third. And they'll throw it back to the second baseman.
Ugh.
Lots going on there. Infield hit for Goodwin. E3 on the advancement. Goes to the first baseman in the air there, and Morin ends up at third. So runner at third with one out. Vasilenic strides to the plate. He grounded to third back in the second inning. First pitch strike from Martinez. It's 0-1.
Goodman had pretty good speed going down to first base.
Carosis had to come up with it through high, trying to get Morin, who was leading off as second. Ended up overthrowing it. Vasilenic holds up. They're going to appeal down to first. Influenced by the pitcher and the catcher. He'll finally get the look down there, wave it off. It's 1-1. Vasilenic steps out as a look down to his third base coach. That's outside.
Just missing.
He's going to get the call on that one. Don Menard, the third base coach, 40 years in coaching. He managed the Kitchener Panthers for a spell. Gives Vasilevsky the sign. Count 2-1. Goodwin's holding on first. Morin gets his lead off a third. And that'll be a strike 2-2. Slow breaking ball on the inside. Vasilevsky couldn't get the bat off the shoulder.
Yeah, Don Menard did most of his managing and coaching in the Windsor area.
Mm-hmm. Martinez to the plate. Going to lead off first. Goodwin gets back in time. It's only a step or two off. Keeps him close. Goodwin looks across. Martinez set. Here he comes. Vasilevsky chops one foul. Stays alive.
He's just cutting that ball a bit. The ball's breaking about 2-3 inches right at the very end. He's right around the outside part of the plate with pretty much every one of the cutters.
We said, see, he's got a little arrogance on the mound. You want that from a starting pitcher. Real bulldog. Here he comes. And that one fouled off. Vasilevsky stays alive. Two and two the count. One out. Bottom of the fourth. Barnstormers up 3-0. Vasilevsky, mostly shortstop last season. Moved around the diamond. Pitched. Tonight he gets a start in left field. And he catches him looking, crosses him up. 2 outs in the inning, second K of the inning.
Had a little bit more break to it than the other pitches been throwing.
Piccioni now. It was the first strikeout of the night for Martinez. And Piccioni here with a chance to drive in a run. If he can get one across the infield. This will be Martinez's 70th pitch of the night. Outside ball one, Piccioni. From the Windsor area, playing baseball in Australia. Ahead in the count here, he lays that bat across his right shoulder. Goodwin is going, a throw from Ibarra on the money, and he'll get him at second.
In the bottom of the fourth inning for the Barnstormers.
Caught stealing for Goodwin. Barnstormers can't cash in. 3-0. Going to the top of the fifth, it's Barnstormer Baseball Live, brought to you by Kent Essex Mutual Insurance.
The Chatham Barnstormers have multiple summer camp opportunities available. Chatham's week-long summer camp from July 7th to 11th. Leamington's week-long summer camp from July 14th to the 18th. Then we head back to Chatham from July 21st to 25th. Wallaceburg summer camp between July 28th and August 1st. And finally, Dresden's summer camp between August 4th and the 8th. Contact us today at the email on screen.
Still selling critical illness insurance. Still selling retirement savings plans. Still selling group benefit plans. Still selling life insurance. Still selling disability insurance.
Are you selling insurance? Not today. Play ball.
Inyo Pest Advisors, serving all of southwestern Ontario, where you live and where you work. Inyo, bigger than bugs.
At Great Lakes Gymnastics, it all starts with our state-of-the-art 12,000 square foot facility built to inspire movement, confidence, and growth. From preschool to recreational classes, our programs are safe, structured, and designed to help every child thrive. For athletes with big goals, our competitive team trains year-round with experienced coaches and competes across Ontario. Whether you're just getting started or aiming.
Barnstormer Baseball Live, back to Fergie Jenkins Field. Barnstormers holding on to that 3-0 lead. They accumulated back in the first inning on a 3-run bomb from Fukuda. Top of 5 now. 40 pitches on the night for Brock Whitson. He's been around the plate all night, giving up just 2 hits. No walks.
Can't say that, Chris.
Yeah. 2 strikeouts for Whitson. Those came in the 3rd inning. This is Kawara, who's going to smoke one to right. Marin's got to come across, diving catch, and he makes the out. Spencer Marin goes to his left.
Good athletic play. Looks like he hit the ground pretty hard when he moved to his left.
Yeah, not a lot of slide there.
No.
He came to a
Stuck.
dead stop. Check for a divot out there. Karasis now the third baseman. A couple of errors for him tonight in the field. He had a double last time up, got Vasilenic spun around in left field. Outside ball 1.
Just taking a look at our bullpen out there in right field. You talk about guys are on the move. It's cold out there.
Yeah.
Every one of them is moving, stretching, they're bouncing around.
Popped up to center. Marcus has a good look at it. It's actually going to be Vasilenic. No, Marcus calls him off, and he'll make the out. Again, that wind swirl in there.
You can see it drift. It just drifts.
Mm-hmm. Nick Parsons, the batter now. Parsons, the first baseman tonight. Grounded into a double play. Went from third to first, back to the shortstop covering third base. And that finished off the second inning for Parsons. 2 outs to the Barnstormers and a ball to start him off. They call on the outside corner.
Game has had quite a pace to it. We've been playing for 1 hour, and we're almost halfway through.
Whitson inside. He's going to get a strike call. Parsons doesn't like it. He'll go for a little walk. Brock Whitson, the starting pitcher tonight, led the Barnstormers in innings pitched last season. He had 69. It's the opening day start this year. Barnstormers are in Kitchener again tomorrow. Parsons fouls one off to stay alive. 1-2 the count, 2 out. Nobody on here, top of the 5th. Outside doesn't chase.
It's always a tough turnaround. You play Saturday night, and you have to get up early in the morning. I think they play at 2 tomorrow, and get a good night's sleep and jump back on the bus, and away they go.
Parsons swings to stay alive. A 3-gamer next weekend. In Hamilton on Friday, home to Brantford, then Guelph Saturday, Sunday. Yeah, busy first part of the season here for the Barnstormers. Get tickets. Love to see you here at the field. ckbarnstormers.com. Whitson to Parsons to Sadler. Goodwin at short. Comes across the body on the money. And he's got him again through 5. No score. The Panthers. I knew I would do that.
That hockey.
3-0 Barnstormers. You're watching Barnstormer Baseball Live, brought to you by Kent Essex Mutual Insurance Company.
And hockey keeps getting in the way, Chris.
Yes.
At Great Lakes Gymnastics, it all starts with our state-of-the-art 12,000 square foot facility built to inspire movement, confidence, and growth. From preschool to recreational classes, our programs are safe, structured, and designed to help every child thrive. For athletes with big goals, our competitive team trains year-round with experienced coaches and competes across Ontario. Whether you're just getting started or aiming for the podium, Great Lakes Gymnastics is where greatness begins.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Yeah. Can't answer my phone now. Just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now.
Nathan Piccioni will start off here in the bottom of the fifth. He was the batter that was in the box when Sadler Goodwin was thrown out attempting to steal the end of the fourth. Martinez is still in the game. Piccioni gets set. Timeout called.
Not sure what happened there.
Long delay there on the mound. The umpire, I don't know if the umpire was even ready for it. It was quite the delay by Martinez. He looked back, and then came to the plate.
All of a sudden, ball was on his way.
Home plate umpire John Thompson comes in, and now he's talking to the Panthers bench. Not sure if he went to the mouth or not.
Could be. I didn't see any sign or anything.
Thompson will settle back in behind the plate. No pitch. We'll start off the bottom of the fourth here once again. Barnstormers still leading 3-0. 5 hits in the ninth. Martinez to the plate. Piccioni swings at the first pitch. Muldowney across the infield. That goes off the first baseman's glove and an error to the shortstop. And we've got a runner on to start the bottom of the fifth. That's the third error of the night for the Kitchener Panthers. Muldowney, pretty sure-handed shortstop. Just threw it high, and Parsons couldn't come down with it at first. Wait till get Piccioni's first time on the base pass in the IBL. So Spencer Marcus, who has been on base twice, it's 1 for 2. Got on an error in the first, came around to score on the home run, and then smoked one right back over the ear of Martinez in the third inning. Oh, 0-1 the count. Piccioni the lead off of first. And a slow one gets Marcus out in front of it, swings through it. Doesn't look like there's anyone warming in the Barnstormer bullpen. We'll assume Whitson's back in here to start the sixth. It's chugging along. I don't see why not. Pitch count still pretty low. Martinez, meanwhile, deals 0-2, and he's going to get Marcus swinging. The fifth strikeout of the evening.
Stuff is really late breaking. I think that's why the guys are committed, and it's hard to hold back.
Anthony Polowick struck out last time, had a single in the first. 1 for 2 in the night.
Must be a heat wave coming through here.
Martinez to the plate outside. He'll get the call. Piccioni on first on an error to the shortstop. Polowick's got a hole in the right side. Parsons holds the runner on. Outside 1-1.
Outfield is absolutely straight away.
Pollock had the first hit of the game. Smoked it over the shortstop's head.
It's a good swing.
Hit it square. Looking to do the same here. 1-1, 1 out. Has a look at it. Bounces in front of Ibarra, who threatens to throw down to first. Ibarra threw out a stolen base attempt to end the fourth inning. That was Goodwin trying to go to second. Like we've said, Ibarra is one of the best in the league. They say one of the best in Cuba defensively as a catcher. Martinez to the plate. His countryman snags it on the outside. 3-1 the count. Pollock ahead here. Barnstormers looking to add on to a 3-0 lead. Martinez looks back. Piccioni stays on first. He'll get the strike call to make it even.
Well, do we send him or not?
Sorry,
3,
the count
2, 1
goes
out.
full. Sorry.
Yep.
Well, something started. Caused some havoc on the base pass. You get the top of the order here. Pollock's got a good bat. Count is full. And there's one that gets by Ibarra. And that's going to be a walk. And Piccioni will just advance the one bag.
Can I say it?
Yes.
We finally had a walk.
There's your first walk of the night. And Martinez's pitch count climbing here into the bottom of the fifth. He's up to 80 pitches here. And he also pitched last weekend, too. He went 5 innings last weekend. And they are warming in the Panthers bullpen. Looks like somebody's just getting up. Lefty starting to warm up. Mitsuki Fukuda, a 3-run home run in the bottom of the first. All the runs here, and he's got another couple runners on. Fukuda swings away, and that one will go foul.
Advantage goes to the pitcher this time of the night. It's just getting dark. There's some shadows out there.
Fukuda settles back in behind the count 0-1. Piccioni a short lead off of second. Longer lead for Pollock off of first. No one holding him on. He's the trail runner. Martinez to the plate, and he'll get the strike call. It's 0-2. Martinez up over 80 pitches now, and Barnstormers looking to get into that Panther bullpen. Outside, trying to get him a chase. 1-2. Fukuda's provided the offense tonight. A bomb to left field. The first Barnstormer to clear that left field fence in gameplay. Happened twice last season for the visiting side of things, and that is going to be just high. Martinez kind of a smirk into the umpire.
It was close.
I thought he might have had one. Fukuda a little bit of a knee buckler there. 2-2 the count. 1 out in the bottom of the fifth. Martinez to the plate. Fukuda skies one straight up center field. Kairos is underneath of it. That ball's moving.
Oh.
It's going to drop. A lot of movement there. Penalve to the second base, and he's going to slide it and save. Everybody's safe. It'll be an error to the center fielder, and Fukuda will get on. The fourth error of the night. The Barnstormers have the bases drunk. Off the bat, Ed, that did not look easy. Kairos has come in to replace Cabral in center, and he just kept coming in on that.
Looks like it got up and it stopped and started coming back to the infield. In retrospect, the second baseman may have been closer to the ball when it hit, where it hit the ground.
Oh, and Constantino now, good chance to impress in his first game. Ibarra is barking out orders to the infield, telling the corners to come to him. He'll cover home. Constantino, big left-handed bat. Bases juiced here, 1 out in the inning. Constantino swinging from his heels.
Yeah, they got infield double play depth up the middle, and First and third, as you said, are going to come home to the plate for double play.
Constantino resting on that left shoulder. Martinez looks back. They're going to pick off play, and Polowick dives back. Polowick had darted back to first on that pop fly to center. Took a couple steps and still managed to hustle into second and get in there safely. Jockeying back and forth up the middle. Muldaly goes back. Short hops Ibarra. Good block.
Yeah. Keep the ball in front of him.
Good eye by Constantino, too. I thought he was a little anxious in the last at-bat. Went down on a strikeout.
Well, he's a young player, too. And, first game, jitters or uncertainty.
Martinez looks in. 1-1. One out in the inning. And that'll catch the outside corner. He goes behind 1-2. Big chance for the Barnstormers to extend that lead. It's 3-0. Martinez looks back. That one well outside. Piccione's on third. Polowick is on second. Fukuda at first. Marcus went down swinging on a strikeout. One out in the inning. That's a stroke to second. Nice catch. It'll turn two. Charlie Towers climbs the ladder. And the Panthers get some defense to bail him out of the inning. Constantino looks back in disbelief. Thought he had an RBI. Barnstormers leave the bases drunk. It's 3-0 Barnstormers. Top of the sixth coming up. Barnstormers Baseball Live brought to you by Kent Essex Mutual Insurance. You doing good? You good? Pick 4 after game.
The second annual Barnstormers Golf Tournament takes place Tuesday, July 15th at Willow Ridge Golf and Country Club. Barnstormers own Garrett Day will also be in attendance. To register, contact us at the emails on screen.
Flip into the best summer ever at Great Lakes Gymnastics. Our PA Day, March break, and summer camps are packed with gymnastics, games, crafts, and nonstop fun, all in a safe, state-of-the-art facility. Spots are filling fast, so register today.
Back here, top of the sixth. Brock Whitson, 51 pitches in. And he is humming. Let him cook there on the mound. Why not? Barnstormers up 3-0. Just 2 hits allowed. Panthers have been done in by some tough defense here tonight. 4 errors, but that last play.
Great play.
Charlie Towers got up.
We got way up.
Kairos' first at-bat here. This is another player that's taken a roundabout way to get here to the IBL. We talked about Piccione, who played in Australia. Kairos' collegiate career saw him play for Yuba College and Ventura College, as well as the University of La Rochelle in France. Also played in Switzerland. Would win the Swiss National League title in 2020. 455 batting average in the playoffs. He's one of these players that has had success at every stop. He's going to stroke one to right field. Marin's going to come across, cut down that gap, and hold him to a single, just the third hit of the night, and the leadoff batter is on. Cairo sits at first. So Whitson will have to deal with a base runner here, something he hasn't done too much here tonight, Ed.
No, and he stayed ahead of the hitters, and good things have happened to him. And he's had some solid defense behind him.
He's at the bottom of the order. Charlie Towers can be a problem, too. He just made that good defensive play. Coming over from the Toronto Maple Leafs, we saw him last year here, and he's going to stroke one to center. Marcus comes across. He closes that gap quickly, and will catch that on the line. One down.
I hope he saw that ball better than I did. I couldn't see it going out.
Yeah, we're at that twilight part of the night here, and the lights really haven't taken effect yet. Trent Lawson comes to bat. Lawson popped up to the shortstop to end the third. Top of 6, 3-0 Barnstormers. Toss over to first, keep Kairos clear, tight to the base. Jordan Muldooley is waiting on deck. The shortstop and the leadoff hitter. Open stance for Lawson. And he's going to chunk one to right. Coming way in is Moran. He can't make the grab. And that'll hold just to one base. That ball comes across. Gets over Constantino. Fukuda backs him up nicely. Just chunked over the first baseman's head. Got in that no man's land out there.
Yeah, it was no man's land for sure. Nobody could get to it.
It doesn't help with that wind, too. It was Moran had a long way to go. Diving. Made it close.
He did.
Top of the order now. Jordan Muldooley.
Moran really came along last year as an outfielder and as a contributing offensive player, too. He had a good year. He played really solid ball in the second half of the year.
That's about when Spencer Marcus moved to center. He started the season as a right fielder. Marcus ended up in center, and Moran got a little more playing time out there. Inside, we'll get the first pitch strike. Carrozza's had a double back in the second, and that's the furthest anybody's gotten on the base pass tonight for the Panthers.
Need another ground ball here.
Double play depth up the middle. Mackey and Goodwin there. Whitson over through that a little bit outside the zone, 1-1.
I was just thinking the same thing. That's one of the few he aimed. Let the ball fly.
Well, Dooley steps out as the gust of wind comes across, blows some dust up at his face. Thompson, the umpire, gives him the time. 1-1, 1 out. Runners on first and second. Couple of singles in the inning. Woodson couldn't snap that one off. It's 2-1. Looks like the Barnstormers bullpen starting to move around a little bit, Ed.
There is movement out there. We can't really see from here.
Well, Dooley
fouled
that off the knee. Ouch.
They hurt. Ball going straight down on top of the kneecap.
On a cold night, too. I can feel that. Waves off the third base coach, but they're going to come check him out anyway. Trainer will come out, too. Give him an extra minute or two. He's going to pull the leg up and get a look at it. 1-2 the count. Whitson up to about 60 pitches on the night now. 61. And it's the top of the 6. Couple of singles here in the inning. First time the Panthers have strung together 2 hits in an inning all night. Muldooley is really trying to stretch that out, Ed.
That hurts. That's your ball spinning and coming right down on top of your knee. Used to solve that in a hurry. They come up with that spray bomb. That
you don't see that anymore.
No, I think they banned it.
Oh, did they?
Oh, yeah. They'd spray that all over within about 20 seconds. You're totally numb.
I remember as a kid playing House League, I always wanted to have that come out.
You'd be a celebrity.
I used to lean into pitch. That was the only way I could get on back in there. I just had to lean into a pitch. 1-2, the count. Dooley will come back to the plate here. 2 runners on for the Panthers. They're down by 3. And now count goes 2-2 as Whitson had to wait that out.
I've been looking on the bullpen. I don't really see anybody throwing. I see a lot of movement. I'm wondering if they're warming up in the field house. I don't know whether they can see to warm up out there.
Whitson kicks and deals to the plate. Muldooley to the hole. Mackey diving up with it to make the play at first.
Great play by Mackey.
Robert Mackey keeping that on the infield. And Constantino kicking a quick look over at third and holding Kairos there. Runners advance, but now 2 outs.
Batting number 67, Yosvani Penalve.
I don't remember Mackey playing second base last year. I remember playing third, and I remember seeing him at shortstop.
He also pitched.
Yeah,
too.
he did pitch, yeah.
Yeah, Mackey just playing a little bit all over the diamond here. And
he got spiked, I think, in the middle of the season. He was out for maybe a couple of weeks with a spike wound to his hand.
So you'd see a lot of the Mackey at third, Polowick at second line. I talked to Gil this week. He said he liked Polowick's arm from third. Starts him off with a ball here, rather. Penalve. Good contact hitter. Barnstormers will try to keep him off the board here with runners 2 in scoring position. Whitson. There's a stroke through the hole. Couple of Panthers coming around, and they're going to hold the runner.
No
Fukuda will get that, and the runner will hold at first. Over through the cutoff, but they score 1. Kairos comes around, and Lawson holds at third. Penalve with a shot to right.
Batting number 48, Junior Ibarra.
And doesn't get any easier here for Brock Whitson. Junior Ibarra will stride to the plate. Big bat in the third hole. And Neil Rondon will take his stroll out to the mound to talk to his opening day starter, Brock Whitson. I don't know if anybody's ready out there in that bullpen. Ed.
It's hard. It's just hard to tell. It's dark where the bullpen is. And I don't see anybody look like they're throwing. That's why I wondered if they were in the field house throwing.
Well, Gil's not making the move. He's got some confidence in Brock Whitson. And this is one of the conversations I had with Gil is he wants to see his pitchers get out of trouble too.
Absolutely true. We talked about that last night. He's talking about a guy going into the 8th inning with a no-hitter and giving up a home run, and then he walked the next 3 guys. And I said, well, what do? And you let him pitch out of it.
Yeah.
You make him get, bear up and throw.
And do it here on opening night.
Yep.
Or coming late August when the playoffs come around, he knows how to deal with it, right? It's a lot of teaching happening, too, here.
Well, I was going to say, too, I think he would be one of his star pupils from last year.
Yep.
He definitely listened to him. I talked to Brock a few times after games, and he bought in early.
Ibarra settles in. Runners at first and third. They're on the board. It's 3-1 Barnstormers. Inside. Whitson rattled here in this top of the 6th. We'll see if he can pitch his way out of it. Each team now with 5 hits. Penalve, the RBI, he waits at first. Whitson to the plate. Ibarra couldn't get around on it. Fouls that back. Looks like it's on Tweedsmuir. Whitson to the plate. And that's low. 2-1. Slow breaking ball. Fukuda tried to frame it. 3-1. He falls behind. Opening night, Chatham-Kent Barnstormers. First game of the season. Up 3-1 here. Top of the 6. Whitson to the plate. Ibarra skies one. To left. Vasilevic's got a long way to come, and he will. And he'll make the outs. Panthers get on the board, but Brock Whitson pitches himself out of a jam. 3-1, Barnstormers. It's Barnstormer Baseball Live, brought to you by Kent Essex Mutual Insurance Company.
Want to get your brand in front of a live audience? This spot could be yours. Reach engaged viewers in real time and make an impact. Don't miss your chance. Contact us today to get your ad here.
Attention business owners and marketers. Imagine your brand in front of a live, engaged audience, right here, right now. This space is the perfect opportunity to showcase your product, service, or message to viewers in real time. Whether you're looking to boost sales, build awareness, or grow your audience, we've got you covered. Don't wait. Secure your spot today.
My name is Spencer Marcus, outfielder for the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers from Chatham, Ontario. The community support has been amazing for baseball. Everybody coming together. You never really thought of this town as a baseball town, more of a hockey town. I remember when I found out that Kent Essex Mutual Insurance wanted to do an interview about a hometown hero. I never thought somebody would look at just a baseball player like that. It takes a lot of support to make this team a success, and the Barnstormers wouldn't be where they are today without help from sponsors like Kent Essex Mutual Insurance.
Anything you want.
Everybody say.
Back into the bottom of the 6th, new pitcher on the mound for the Kitchener Panthers. Kate Kozak is in to pitch, a former Hamilton Cardinal. 10 games last season, got his first IBL win. 4.90 ERA last year, 11 innings of work. Kozak in after a strong outing by Martinez, goes 5 innings, 6 strikeouts, 1 walk, 90 pitches for him, 3 runs, 2 earned, and 5 hits for the starter Martinez tonight. Robert Mackey had a gold star next to his name after that inning.
Made a great play, diving to his left. Saved a big rally, actually, the way the inning turned out.
Barnstormers end up giving up 1 to the Panthers. But Brock Whitson, a good job of pitching out of trouble, and Barnstormers bullpen is moving now. We'll see if they make a change in the 7th. Right now, trying to add some runs to the lead. 3-1, Mackey, the second baseman. Kozak comes with some heat.
He does. I read some part of his profile. He's pitched Cleveland, Tennessee, Davis and Elkin College, West Virginia. He's from West Kelowna, British Columbia. So he's been around a bit.
Throw left-handed will travel, right, Ed?
Correct.
Yeah, these lefties will find a
always
place
looking
to
for
pitch.
lefties.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. There's always an advantage for if you throw left-handed. We need lefties.
Always need a lefty. 1-2 the count. Mackey's popped out to center and struck out. Slows it down a little bit, goes off the glove of Ibarra. 2-2.
Instead of fresh supply of baseballs, are rubbing these up with like they're really slick.
He doesn't want to hear that. He got hit with enough pitches last year.
Not afraid to lean in, is he?
No, he's not. Kozak, the lefty, and he'll get Mackey swinging again for the second time tonight. That's what you want coming out of the bullpen. You want to come in throwing strikes. Spencer Morin had a double last time up. 1 for 2 in the night. Got to third on an error. Spencer, the right fielder tonight. Lefty versus lefty here. Talking to Harry Muir prior to the game, the general manager said we're short a couple of guys who are still with their college teams and expects 3 to 4 of them being back next weekend.
Well, American colleges, some of the playoffs go weeks, like 3 weeks, 4 weeks till the end of May. If you keep going, most of the schedule ends the end of April, and then they start the regional playoffs, and you just keep going and going and going. And we've had 2 or 3 guys be pretty successful with their teams.
Braxton Haggith, we saw him jump online a little earlier on the YouTube watching his teammates. He will be a big piece of this team as the summer rolls around.
He had a great year last year. A lot of very timely hits.
2 on MRN, trying to battle here against the lefty to get on. 3-1 Barnstormers. Swings through one on the outside. It's 2-2.
It's early in the season. You get a lefty on lefty match. It's tough. Advantage goes to the pitcher this time of the year, I would think.
We'll see if Morin can battle his way here.
He's sticking in there. He's not bailing out.
Kozak comes set. Outside and high, evens count. Actually, rather pushes the count full. One out in the inning. Bottom of 6. And Marin gets a piece of it, stays alive. Hit 286 against lefties last year. 2 hits and 7 at bats.
Well, he stands in there. He's not leaning toward first base.
Another full count pitch. And he's going to smoke that one up the middle. Couple hops and through. And Morin is on for the second time tonight.
An educated single. Right up the middle. Found its way right over second base.
One on now, number 3, Sadler Goodwin.
Sadler Goodwin will stride to the plate now. Got on at an infield single last time up. Grounded out to the third baseman in his first at bat. He's 1 for 2. Thrown out trying to steal. Inside, Morin's going, and Ibarra's got him dead to rights. Second caught stealing. And there you see why Ibarra is one of, if not the best defensive catchers. He can throw her.
He had him out by about 3 strides going into second base.
Makes you wonder if maybe a hit runner play was on or something. And
I wonder, that's his first pitch with a left-handed pitcher with a 2-run lead. Usually you try to get ahead of the count.
Yeah. Goodwin is now 2-0. 2 outs, though. Nobody on. Kozak's going to get the call on the inside. 2-1. Sadler's played some good defense today. Real good. A couple of double plays. Couple of throws across the body. 3-1 the score here. Barnstormers. The edge over the Panthers. Fouls that one right back towards us. Count now goes full. Watch that all the way to the catcher's mitt. Full counts.
I was thinking the crowd is fairly quiet tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I guess after the exhibition game with the 900 kids, all crowds would be considered quiet.
No short hop by Ibarra, and Goodwin will work his way on with a walk. Just the second walk issued tonight, and the first by Kozak. So Barnstormers had a caught stealing. They'll get their second runner on here. Vasilinic will stride to the plate. Struck out, looking, and grounded to the shortstop tonight. He's 0 for 2. Vasilinic, the left fielder. Inside, not going to get the call. Kozak goes to first. Good
move.
Not a step off. Was caught stealing last time. One caught stealing already this inning. And a ball on the field, so we'll get a timeout from the umpire. Stephen Gomes, middle of the diamond. Looks like a fan lost their souvenir.
Shot right over the fence.
To the plate outside, 2-0. Kozak looks over to first. That one inside. He fell off the mound there. And now they're going to throw back to first, and Goodwin not paying much attention there. Just about got picked off of first. Good heads-up play by Ibarra.
Ball got there in a hurry, didn't it?
Mm-hmm. Everybody was kind of shocked by that. Crowd getting into it here. Kozak behind 3-0. Vasilinic watches ball 4. Back-to-back walks now, and runners on first and second. Piccioni will come to bat. The ninth hitter now, 2 on. Second out of the inning was made on a caught stealing. You look back now and you think, could have had something
big
here this
run.
inning. Yeah. Piccioni now will settle in. And he's going to swing at the first pitch. Second baseman Towers out. He'll settle under it. And he'll make the final out of the inning. Barnstormers will leave a couple. They lead 3-1 going to the top of the 7th. It is Barnstormer Baseball Live, brought to you by Kent Essex Mutual Insurance.
Anything you want.
Everybody say.
It's us again. Enyo Pest Advisors, 226-627-4944. And yo, bigger than bugs.
Looking for a fun, active way to keep your kids moving? At Great Lakes Gymnastics, our recreational classes are all about building strength, coordination, and confidence, all while having a blast. And when it's time to celebrate, we throw birthday parties kids will never forget, packed with games, gymnastics, and tons of smiles. In our safe, state-of-the-art facility, every child gets the chance to shine. Join the fun at Great Lakes Gymnastics, where every day feels like a celebration.
Still selling critical illness insurance.
Back here, top of the seventh, and a pitching change for the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers. Aiden Ryan is in. Got to 14 games last year, 8 of them starts. Started the first ever Barnstormer game here at Fergie Jenkins Field. And that one not going to get the call to start him off. He was 1-3 last year, 4.46 ERA, 38 and a third innings pitched, 27 strikeouts on the season. Ryan coming out of the bullpen in relief of Brock Whitson tonight. There's another one outside. Whitson goes 6 innings, 1 earned run, 5 hits, no walks, 2 strikeouts, and 69 pitches, and a
good outing.
Great performance tonight, and pitched himself out of a jam of the 6.
That's true to Gil Rondon's theory. Get yourself out of trouble, and we'll get you out the next inning, and he did. And he's done a great job.
Could have easily pulled him.
Yep.
But the kid goes home now and thinks, man, I got myself into a
ready
jam.
to pitch again. Yep.
Yeah, mentally he's set for next time. And Aiden Ryan gets no help here. And that's the first walk of the night. Barnstormers have given up. And Arthur Kawara will work himself on, and not the way you want to come into a game. I thought a couple of pitches there were pretty tight. But the Panthers will take it and get things moving here. As Carosis will stride to the plate. Couple of errors at third base here tonight. Carosis had a double. Back in the second, up over the head of Vasilenic, was thrown out. A double play to end the inning. Ryan's coming with heat. Get his first strike of the night. 5 pitches in. He's going to strike in 4 balls. Double play depth up the middle. Midway over at third for Polowick, and Constantino holds his man on. Short stride for Polowick. You'll get a second one now.
It's throwing hard. Say some way, I would hope that we can get some way to measure how hard these pitchers are throwing. It would add to our broadcast. I'm not sure how we do that, but
chopper to Constantino, short hop, nice play to Goodwin. Will he turn it? Can't get it back to Ryan. Nice cover, but the throw back was high. Constantino comes across, covers some ground. 3-6 on the putout. And a fielder's choice for Karasis. Over to first, 1 out. Aiden Ryan had the first strikeout in Barnstormer history. May 18th, 2024. Almost a year to the day.
Yeah.
5 shutout innings in that opener, struck out 5, and also recorded the first win in franchise history. Out of the bullpen tonight. And a catch on the outside corner for Parsons. It's strike 1. He looks back. Parsons hit into a double play to end the second. 6-3 shortstop to first in the 5th. 7th inning now, 3-1 Barnstormers. That's a short dunk into right field. That's going to drop in front of Moran. He's going to come across, but he's going to get it back in quickly.
Very similar to the single last inning that fell down in there. About the same spot.
Yeah, Parsons got just enough of it to dunk it over the infield. Nick Kairos now will come in. He relieved Cabral after a strikeout in the third inning. Kairos has got one at bat. He's got a single, and he's come around to score the lone run tonight. Mackey close to the bag at second. Outside corner, Ryan gets a strike to go ahead. Ryan looks in for the sign. He's going to step off. Ryan looks back to the plate. And swinging through that is Kairos. He came with some heat there.
Yeah, he's throwing really hard. And he's throwing strikes.
0-2 with one out, 2 runners on. Top of 7, 3-1 Barnstormers. Each team 6 hits on the night. Panthers have committed 4 errors. Swing and a miss, and he'll get the second out of the inning. Charlie Towers now up. Towers stroked one to Spencer Marcus in center. Struck out looking back in the third. The second of 2 strikeouts tonight for Brock Whitson. 3 strikeouts total for the Barnstormers. Ryan getting his first there. Looking to leave a couple on here in the top of the 7th. And we'll go to the stretch. Charlie Towers stands between him and the end of the inning. And he'll swing over the first one. Slows it down a little bit.
Yeah, a little breaking action on that one. Good choice. Get throwing one speed and tend to anticipate on you.
Carosas gets his lead off a second. Ryan looks back. Goodwin keeps him close. To the plate, Towers swings through and fouls it off to the batter's box, or to the on-deck circle on the far side. It's 0-2 now. Oh, 0-2. Ryan looks back the runners. And now to the plate. And that one's well outside. Overthrew it.
Waste pitch, yeah.
Charlie Towers, the second baseman tonight. Played last year with the Toronto Maple Leafs. Ryan looks in again, and now time is called by Towers. Not much going on in the Panthers bullpen, so it looks like they'll come back with Kozak in the bottom of the 7th. One and 2 the count. Ryan gets the sign. He's good to go. And he'll get him swinging. A couple of strikeouts to get out of the inning. Barnstormers holding on to a 3-1 lead. The Panthers got a couple on, but Ryan battles back with a couple of strikeouts. Barnstormers 3, Panthers 1. You're watching Barnstormer Baseball Live, brought to you by Kent Essex Mutual Insurance.
Still selling critical illness insurance. Still selling retirement savings plans. Still selling group benefit plans. Still selling life insurance. Still selling disability insurance. Are you selling insurance? Not today. Play ball.
Whether personal, agricultural, or commercial, Inyo Pest Advisors are here. Inyo. Bigger than bugs.
Anything you want. Everybody say.
The Chatham Barnstormers have multiple summer camp opportunities available. Chatham's week-long summer camp from July 7th to 11th. Leamington's week-long summer camp from July 14th to the 18th. Then we head back to Chatham from July 21st to 25th. Wallaceburg summer camp between July 28th and August 1st. And finally Dresden's summer camp between August 4th and the 8th. Contact us today at the email on screen.
Still selling critical illness insurance. Still selling retirement savings plans. Still selling group benefit plans. Still selling life insurance. Still selling disability insurance.
Are you selling insurance? Not today. Play ball.
Inyo Pest Advisors, serving all of southwestern Ontario, where you live and where you work. Inyo, bigger than bugs.
At Great Lakes Gymnastics, it all starts with our state-of-the-art 12,000 square foot facility built to inspire movement, confidence, and growth. From preschool to recreational classes, our programs are safe, structured, and designed to help.
Bottom of the seventh. Barnstormers leading by a score of 3-1. Kate Kozak stays in the game. And we get it to the top of the order. Spencer Marcus will lead off the seventh for the Barnstormers. Kozak. And Marcus gets a hometown bounce up over the shoulder. That's going to be a base hit.
Hit the lip.
It's been a tough afternoon for Carosis over there at third.
Yeah.
Couple of errors, and he gets that one, eats him up. Give him a base hit, though.
Even with the bag, and you can see that last bounce was just on the lip.
Yeah.
A shot right over his head. I think you got to be on the infield grass or back because you're going to get some crazy bounces.
Here comes Polowick. Got a runner on first. Marcus gets his lead. Polowick's going to bunt it, and Kozak will throw to first. Kozak falling off the mound to the third base side. Polowick put it right where he needed to. Sack bunt. And gets Marcus to second. And runner in scoring position. This is the right part of the order. Fukuda's got all 3 RBIs tonight. Barnstormers' first home run of the season has accounted for all 3 runs tonight. He came back in the first, just 3 batters in, and he pumped one up to left field.
Hit.
Took Martinez, got around on him, and now he looks to add to the lead here. Inside will get the call. 0-1. Fukuda looks back and says a couple of things in Japanese under his breath. Marcus, the leadoff, is second. They try to keep him close. Kozak looks back. Towers jockeying back there. Short hop. Ibarra gets away from him. Here comes Marcus. And a wild pitch will advance him to third.
It's almost impossible to block a pitch that's there. Bounces at the feet of the batter.
Yeah. Ibarra good defensively, but not much you can do on that one. 1-1 the count to Fukuda. Constantino waits on deck. The infield will come in here and try to cut down. They're going to walk Fukuda. They'll give him the intentional pass and set up the double play. And that'll bring Constantino to the plate. And now the defense kind of looking back to the dugout to find out where they want him. They're going to put the middle of the diamond double play depth. While Dooley is signaling Towers. And then we're going to flip it to him. He's going to come across if they get it. Constantino shot one to the second baseman. Towers got up and threw him behind the runner for a line out and a double play last time up. Constantino hit it on the screws. He's 0 for 3 of the night. Came up with the bases loaded. Fukuda's at first. Marcus at third. 3-1 the score. Bottom of 7. Kozak high and inside. Constantino spins out of the way. He's ahead in the count, 2-0.
Yeah, he was a can't-miss candidate for the, he was the MVP at the Ontario University's championship. And has hit well everywhere he's played.
He's going to come up here with a runner in scoring position. Lefty on lefty matchup. Fukuda
Ooh.
diving back in. And
Caught him leaning.
Fukuda was leaning there.
Leaning the wrong way.
Kozak, good move. One of these veteran, as we talked about, a veteran left-handed pitcher.
Never know what they're thinking. If they're looking at you, you're probably going to come to the plate.
Outside, Ibarra can't pull it back. Three-0 the count. Constantino ahead. Runners on first and third.
Let him swing away. 3-0, I don't know.
I think he's holding on to her here. We'll see what he has up his sleeve. That one's high, and he's going to walk him. Constantino throws his head back. And the base is loaded now, and Robert Mackey will come to the plate. Barnstormers are 16-1 when leading after 7. That's where we're at right now, looking to tack on some insurance runs tonight.
Stepping in with nowhere to put him, number 7, Robbie Mackey.
Oh, yeah. Lean in.
Greg Kemble weighed in on that Spencer Marcus chopper, said the old rotary hop.
Yep, he'd know it well.
Thanks for tuning in tonight, Greg. I know you'll be back at the Diamond here soon. Kozak to the plate, slow, gets over top of it, rolls it on the outside corner. That's a ball to start him off.
He would have spent most of his childhood at Rotary Park. Chatham native.
Robert Mackey, big spot here. Dooley trying to keep the runner close. Fukuda at second. Kozak comes to the plate. He's having a tough time. I was going to say finding the plate, but I guess he's going to get that call there. 1-1, it evens up.
It's a very concise pitcher. Everything is neat with his delivery.
Mm-hmm. Mackey can't check the swing. No, he'll. Ibarra and I both were fooled on that. And I think Mackey might have got away with one there. 3-1, the Barnstormers lead. Bases loaded here, bottom of the 7th, 1 out. Mackey's ahead in the count, 2-1. Mackey wags that bat over his shoulder. Short hop, Ibarra. Kozak doesn't look like he's comfortable in the mound. He's looked back at the rubber a couple times.
Yeah.
He fell off earlier in the.
He did that one pitch. I'll tell you one thing, though. He has the nicest socks out on the diamond. That's the old style way of playing
stirrups.
Socks. I love those. Yep.
Yeah, that's a classic look right there. 3-1 the count. Bases juice, nowhere to put him. 3-1 Barnstormers. All the scoring back in the first for the Barnstormers. And that's inside, and it's a strike. John Thompson, the umpire, is going to hear it. Mackey might have got away with the check swing. He's not going to get the second call going his way. It all comes back around, right? All right, so now the count is full. Ace is juice. Morin waits on deck. Kozak to the plate. And they're going to say no swing. Mackey says
should be ball 4.
Good. It's ball 4. And a walk and a run. That's just the first run scored since the home run back in the first. Barnstormers will take it. Mackey gets an RBI and a walk.
I'd say definitely held up on that one.
Spencer Marin had a hit just last inning and then was thrown out trying to steal. So lefty on lefty. Marin battled last time and he ended up stroking one through the middle.
Yeah, we were talking about how he hangs in there.
That one outside. Kozak having a tough time finding the strike zone.
Throwing a lot of pitches.
Ibarra giving his pitcher a moment. Tying up that shoelace on the left side. Junior Ibarra.
How many pitches?
A clubhouse leader for the Panthers. He says he stabilizes this infield, really calms everybody down when needed.
40, yeah.
This will be 40 pitches for Kozak.
It's a lot of pitches in a short period of time.
He'll catch the outside corner with a breaking ball. Count goes to 1-1. Still one out here. Barnstormers now 4-1. Kozak looks in. He's set. He'll come to the plate. Outside. No call for him. It'll be 2-1 now. Cool night. Those flags still going from right field to left field.
Been like that since we got here.
Yep.
Just going straight across.
We've seen fly balls be a bit of a adventure tonight. 3-1. Kozak in a hole again. He walked Mackey to bring in a run. And he's in
Some
danger of
action
doing it
down
again.
there. Not sure who's in the bullpen, but someone's warming up.
Kozak can't find the plate. Marin will walk one in. It's 5-1 Barnstormers. Kozak will exit here. He's out of the game. Jorge De La Cruz will come in now. And the fastball and a nasty slider from De La Cruz. They're saying his velocity's been up in the preseason. We'll see what he brings here out of the bullpen as Kozak will walk in a couple. Barnstormers up 5-1. A couple of insurance runs here in the bottom of the seventh. As we said, De La Cruz will come in throwing hard. Cade Kozak goes 1 of the third inning. Gives up 5 walks, 1 intentional, and 2 runners will score. Just the 1 strikeout. Jorge De La Cruz, your pitcher here, the third pitcher of the night. And the first batter he'll face is going to be Sandler Goodwin. Goodwin caught stealing earlier in the game. Walked and got around to second last time up.
Pace hit here would be critical to the outcome of the game.
And Goodwin out in front of that one. De La Cruz, and that one is foul. Foul. Jammed him and just on the foul side of the line.
Jumped on it, yeah.
Goodwin just a little early on that. Constantino is at third base. Fukuda, or rather Constantino at third. And Goodwin's going to pop one to left, and that's going to get up and out of play. That one always further than we thought.
Yeah, I think that's the wind again, yeah. Actually, it wouldn't have been a bad idea if they caught it in foul territory. Go to another run, but not as good as a hit, of course.
Marin's at first, Mackey at second, Constantino at third. And that one on the outside corner. He liked it. 1-2 the count. Jorge De La Cruz, big fastball, good slider. One out here in the bottom of the seventh. Kicks and deals, and he got a piece of that. Stays alive, trying to check the swing.
I was talking to Sadler at one of the practices a week ago. He's already graduated from university, has a BA. He played baseball in Montgomery, Alabama, at Troy University. Born and raised in Cordova, Tennessee, which he tells me is Nashville.
Got into 9 games last year for the Barnstormers, and what we said, it's been his glove that has looked good tonight. See if we can get the bat going here. He's going to pop that one straight up. Ibarra watches it, sail back towards Green Street.
Yeah, got a lot of wood on that one.
Count it 1-2. Big situational at bat here with the bases loaded. One out in the inning. That came on the sac bunt by Pollowick. Marcus and Fukuda have scored. And there's a stroke from Goodwin, and he'll drop. 1 run in to score. 1 right behind him, and Mackey's going to score 2.
Timely hit.
A single, and Goodwin will pot a couple here. It's 7-1 Barn. Sadler Goodwin had Jorge De La Cruz. He had a couple of good strokes on him. One he pulled foul, one he hit down to the fence. Both foul balls. He finally got that one to stay fair.
So it's a condensed spring training for these guys, and some of these guys have only been here 2 weeks.
And not a lot of live batting.
No, it's been mostly in the field house.
Heads up, that goes over the head of Vasilenic. He was number 5 this year, wore number 13 last season. Vasilenic, the left fielder tonight. Vasilenic got on with a walk last time. 7-1 Barnstormers. Spikes that right into the feet of Ibarra. Spencer Marin advanced just the single base on the run-scoring single for Sadler Goodwin. Jorge De La Cruz kicks and deals. Again, not another large in stature pitcher, but keeps it compact. Can throw the heat. Looks like he's overthrown a little bit here, Ed. But
he has that's since the hit.
Yeah.
Looks like he's excited.
And that's going to be another walk. Vasilonic, second of the night. Runners will advance. Bases juiced again.
We have a definitely trend here in our scorebook. We just boom, boom, boom.
Piccioni will get his fourth at bat. Piccioni is 0 for 3 tonight. Got on with an error.
That one was yours. Coming right at you.
I didn't even see it, Ed. Have time to get the bifocals focused on. Almost ate that one. Ahead with a swing as Piccioni comes up wanting to swing the bat. And now Ibarra comes out quickly to settle down De La Cruz. And we'll talk about Ibarra being a good clubhouse leader. One of these, we talk about his defense, but the way he can settle down a pitcher too.
Things you can't measure, really. The guys who are the glue of the team, keep people together.
Piccioni down a strike. And he pulls the string on that one. So 0-2. Ninth hitter for the Barnstormers. Marcus started the inning. Had a single. Rotary bounce over the third baseman's shoulder. Came around to score. And that's going to be a ball. First of the at-bat, 1-2. De La Cruz looks in. The bases are loaded in behind him. 1-2 with 1 out. Bottom of 7. Barnstormers have added 4. And De La Cruz walked off the mound like he had a strikeout there. And now they're starting to hear it from the Panthers dugout. Count goes to 2-2 with the bases loaded. Piccioni then bounces one into the dugout. Two the count with 1 out. De La Cruz kicks and deals. That one towards third. Rosas gets it to second. They can't turn 2. Run will score. Fielder's choice for Piccioni, and the Barnstormers will add another. They're up 8-1.
Ninth bat.
So Marcus will turn the order back around. Marcus is second at bat of the inning.
10th batter, I should say.
I think that for the first time tonight, A.J. Carosas down at third got a true hop.
Yep.
He's had to battle tonight.
He's going to be in between.
And Marcus will stroke it the other way. 1 run in to score. Barnstormers go up. They're going to go for 2. Marcus is into second. A double for Spencer Marcus, his second hit of the inning. Give him an RBI on that as well. Piccioni comes all the way around to third. And Sadler Goodwin will score. Big inning for the Barn. Adding 6 here, up 9-1. Two outs in the inning. A sack bunt. When they needed to move the runners around, just looking for insurance. Now they've added a bunch more since. 6 total in the inning. Polowick dropped down the sack bunt to move Marcus to second. Comes up here with a base open at first. De La Cruz. Hit hard by the Barnstormers inside. He's going to get the strike call. 1-2.
Polowick had some valuable innings last year, too. He hit really well toward the end of the season in the playoffs.
Had the walk-off hit in a big game against Guelph last year, too, in a hot afternoon here, the weekend.
Umpire got dinged on that one.
Jeff Stollard, the third base umpire.
He got hit
Give
in the
him a
hand.
minute. Yeah, shake it off. Don't touch it, though. Don't touch it.
That's right.
Umpires are tough, too.
Age old. Cold night like today, that hurts twice as much.
Yeah, it stings. Polowick back into the box, 1-2. Taylor Cruz the edge here with 2 outs. Ahead in the count. And that one, Ibarra's got to get up quickly, and he extends to save a run.
Starting to rise when it got to the plate.
It was rising. It almost took Ibarra's shoulder up. 2-2. 2 outs, 6 in the inning. Crowd getting on him. Outside corner will catch him looking. And that's the strikeout to inning. 6 runs in. The Barnstormers lead 9-1. Going to the top of the 8th. Barnstormers Baseball Live brought to you by Kent Essex Mutual Insurance Company.
At Great Lakes Gymnastics, it all starts with our state-of-the-art 12,000 square foot facility built to inspire movement, confidence, and growth. From preschool to recreational classes, our programs are safe, structured, and designed to help every child thrive. For athletes with big goals, our competitive team trains year-round with experienced coaches and competes across Ontario. Whether you're just getting started or aiming for the podium, Great Lakes Gymnastics is where greatness begins.
Please don't let me in. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now.
Top of the 8th inning, Barnstormers 9-1. Aiden Ryan still out for his 2nd inning. Had a couple of strikeouts to get out of the 7th. When it was close, it was 3-1.
Yeah, the game really broke open the last inning, of course. A few walks, a couple of timely hits, and we have a substantial lead at this time, 9-1.
Spencer Marcus is 3 for 5 tonight. He stays hot, hitting .600 to open the season.
He just picked up where he left off last year. He was a hitting machine.
2-0 here to leadoff hitter Trent Lawson, who was the 9th hitter in the order. Lawson will get jammed. Constantino hustling to the fence. That's up and out of play. I wondered with the loss of Seth Strong last year, bigger bat, I was wondering if Marcus would move down in the order. Great table setter, though. Get him on.
Yeah.
I proved it tonight.
He led the league most of last summer in batting, and then he tapered off a bit at the end. but he was an all-star player and certainly had a great year. I was always impressed with his outfielding ability. Been well coached. Knows what he's doing in the outfield.
A final in Welland. Their home opener goes 9-3 in their favor over the Barrie Bay Cats, the defending champs. Aiden Ryan will kick and deal it behind 3-1 here. Gets the outside corner to push the count to full.
Another good thing about Spencer Marcus, too, is he's chosen to be involved in a very honorable profession. He wants to become a teacher. Didn't hear much comment on it.
No, everything I want to say, I'm going to hold to myself. Vasilenic charging, won't get there in time. Lawson's going to have that drop in front of him. He'll start the inning with a hit. He's on for the second time tonight. He's got a second hit. He's 2 for 3. And Muldooley will come to bat here. Jordan, last time out, fouled that ball off his knee. Took a while and ended up grounding out to the second baseman. Ryan got behind on that batter. Battled back to make the count full, but give Lawson credit there. He started off the season 3 for 4 in Toronto, and give him another couple hits tonight.
He hit the ball, yeah.
Muldooley is slow to get in the box here, and Thompson giving him all the time he needs. Ryan's ready to go. Quick step towards the plate. We'll start him on with a strike. Leadoff batter. See the crowd thinned out a little bit here, Ed.
Yeah.
50-50 number was called.
Yeah,
so.
That's usually winner. Go out and celebrate.
Yeah.
Lose, you go home.
Well, 9-1 here this evening, and opening night, long weekend, cooler night.
People are bundled.
Yeah, they are.
Brought their blankets and their coats. Dom is still moving. I just saw him come around the corner.
No, yeah. I don't know if he stops. I'd love to see a step counter on him one night. President, one of the owners of the Barnstormers. Muldooley's going to stroke one to Spencer Morin. Short hops it. It's going to have a play at second. And Sadler Goodwin. He's just going to keep running. And now they'll overthrow third. And they'll,
it's like a little league play.
Yeah, better hold on to it here, fellas.
Don't get throwing it around.
Trent Lawson just went all the way around to third. That's going to be a base hit for Muldooley, but he's going to end up at second. Spencer Morin had a little more time than I think he thought he had there and chucked it over, or
He
short
hurried it.
rather. Goodwin couldn't short hop it. By the time Mackey picked it up, he overthrew third. Now we got at third base. Is that Lawson that's down on a knee?
It's the runner, I think, that came in for Lawson, wasn't it?
Oh, that's true. Your runner did come in there. Santana came into pinch run, so Santana's down after coming around. Looks like he's going to be all right. He didn't pull the chute at all. He hit second and just kept going.
Yeah, he actually gained speed.
Yeah.
He was going to third.
Wander Santana from the Dominican Republic.
Like everybody was in a hurry.
Or maybe
all was flying around.
You might be like me, Ed. Once you get moving, you have a hard
Keep
time
going.
stopping it, right?
You know,
Well, Santana, why not? 9-1. Gets himself into scoring position, and Muldooley follows all the way to second. 9-1, no outs, and Aiden Ryan now behind on Penalve. A right fielder. He's got a single in this game. Actually has a couple of singles. And Penalve down the left field line, and that'll get out of play. 1-1 the count. bat boy, or a ball boy rather, running a long way down that line to find that ball. All the way right to the foul
To the
pole.
fence, yeah.
1-1 the count. No outs here, bottom of the 8th. Barnstormers by a bunch. Penalve waves that bat inside. 2-1. That error on that play was the first error of the night for the Barnstormers. 4 for the Panthers. Ryan to the plate. Inside, he's going to get the call. 2-2, evens it up.
Tendency, you get a big lead like that to get sort of casual. The game slows down a bit.
Nine-1 Barnstormers. Top of 8, Penalve. Waves that bat. Ryan looks in. He's ready to go. Kicks and deals. Short hop. Fukuda gets in front of it. Keeps the runner there. Wander Santana got back to the bag. Count goes full now. Ibarra's waiting on deck. Do have a base open for Penalve.
Fukuda does a good job on those low pitches, too. Keeps everything in front of him, deadens the ball.
Penalve did a good job of, he waited on that, as pulled the string on it, but he took it off the foot. That stings. Second or third time we've seen that tonight, Ed.
It is. And again, the temperature doesn't help matters.
No, it doesn't. No, Penalve says, no, I don't need it. I'm good. Let's go. Barnstormers giving him the time he needs. Umpire as well. Doesn't want the attention. Sends the trainer back, and we're ready to go. 3-2 the count. No outs. Ryan looks in. Gets the pitch. And he'll short hop Fukuda. And that'll be the walk. So the bases are juiced now for the Panthers. Second walk of the night for Aiden Ryan, just the second walk of the night for the Barnstormers. He walked the first batter he faced on a couple of real close pitches. There, Penalve worked him well and gets himself on. No outs, top of 8.
You guys want to guess what Gil is telling the pitchers right now?
Probably
the age-old.
Yeah.
Throw strikes.
Throw strikes. He's probably telling him, I'm not taking you. You're going to pitch your way out of this.
Yeah.
If just the conversations we've had with Gil is, you've got a big lead here. Let's see you battle out of this.
It's the age-old thing. Wonder what they're talking about out there. Right?
Guessing throw strikes.
It boils down to one thing usually.
So Ibarra will come to bat with the bases loaded, no outs. Barnstormers will play tight up the middle for a double play if they can turn one. Ibarra the catcher. Barnstormer fans getting on Ibarra. Or the umpire, one or the other. First pitch to Ibarra. He's going to smoke that. Mackey gets up for it. He'll turn. 2. Constantino dives back at a big double play.
Concedo made a really good move getting back to the bag. He was going the opposite way, and he stopped and turned around and dove back to the bag. Really good thinking. Great play. Mackey's made a couple of really good plays at second base.
He has.
I think we didn't see him play second base last year.
Well, bases loaded, and Mackey just timed that right, got up, and the runner at first, Penalve, couldn't scramble back. Constantino did a good job of saving him from an error and diving back to get the double play. The play all around. The defense has been stellar tonight for the Barnstormers, making just the one error. 1-0 the count. 2 outs here in the inning. Kawara has got a home run on this season, the only one for the Panthers. He's here with runners on second and third. They held on the line drive. Mackey had time. He looked to short. I mean, originally he was looking at Goodwin going to cover second. Threw in behind the runner at first. Outside corner, 1-1. Ryan set here. Top of 8. 2 outs. Throws that on the outside corner. Couldn't catch it there. Brought some heat.
Throwing
tried
hard.
to give it to him.
Yeah, he's throwing hard. He's pitched well.
He's had a couple calls not go his way.
By the time you quit playing ball, they'll probably all bounce.
Yeah.
Keep track.
Kawara the batter. Ryan behind in the count, 2-1. Same pitch. You'll get it this time.
With 3 pitches in the same spot.
2 of them strikes.
2 strikes.
2-2 and 2 outs here in the 9th. Sorry, the 8th. Runners on second and third. He'll chop that down the line. That's foul.
We talked about Constantino as being a good hitter. I think he plays a pretty good first base, too.
Mm-hmm.
Showed well tonight.
Well, Trent Sillett is also on this roster again. He played some stellar defense last year.
Yeah, I talked to him last night, and he's not finished classes yet. They're going back to Indiana. He and Eric Pettipies are heading back to Indiana tomorrow or Monday morning to finish classes and or exams.
Kawara got a piece of that. Well, Sillett was a big piece when the infield was still unstable last year. Just trying to get outs. You know, you needed a first baseman to bail you out a couple of times. Tonight the defense has been improved.
Yeah, really good hands. And Constantino moves like a guy who could play third base with his movement patterns tonight so far. Never know who's needed where. And
Best ability is availability, right? Is that what they say?
Correct.
Ryan will get him swinging.
Came back.
His third strikeout of the night, and the Barnstormers will hold on to that 9-1 lead. We go to the bottom of the 8th. Barnstormers, big lead. It's Barnstormer Baseball Live, brought to you by Kent Essex Mutual Insurance Company.
The second annual Barnstormers Golf Tournament takes place Tuesday, July 15th at Willow Ridge Golf and Country Club. Barnstormers' own Garrett Day will also be in attendance. To register, contact us at the emails on screen.
Flip into the best summer ever at Great Lakes Gymnastics. Our PA Day, March break, and summer camps are packed with gymnastics, games, crafts, and nonstop fun, all in a safe, state-of-the-art facility. Spots are filling fast, so register today.
Want to get your brand in front of a live audience? This spot could be yours. Reach engaged viewers in real time and make an impact. Don't miss your chance. Contact us today to get your ad here.
Attention business owners and marketers. Imagine your brand in front of a live, engaged audience, right here, right now. This space is the perfect opportunity to showcase your product, service, or message to viewers in real time. Whether you're looking to boost sales, build awareness, or grow your audience, we've got you covered. Don't wait. Secure your spot today.
My name is Spencer Marcus, outfielder for the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers from Chatham, Ontario. The community support has been amazing for baseball. Everybody coming together. You never really thought of this town as a baseball town, more of a hockey town. I remember when I found out that Kent Essex Mutual Insurance wanted to do an interview about a hometown hero. I never thought somebody would look at just a baseball player like that. It takes a lot of support to make this team a success, and the Barnstormers wouldn't be where they are today without help from sponsors like Kent Essex Mutual Insurance.
Bottom of 8, Barnstormers by a bunch. 9-1, Fukuda, the leadoff batter. He's come around to score twice here tonight. New pitcher on the mound, Danny Garcia. They say he's got the ability to miss bats. He was the first signing for the team for this season. Came over from the Guelph Royals in a trade for Andy Leader. Garcia. And you can see he's got some heat to his arm as well. 3 appearances last year for the Panthers in the regular season. Started 2 of those, recorded a 1-2 record. 26 innings of work and a 9 ERA. Struck out 35 in those 3 games and walked 13. So another arm here for the Panthers, and just trying to find the strike zone. He's 2-2 now with Fukuda.
Yeah, that's what that reads. That missing link is the number of walks, the hits, strikeouts.
Garcia to Fukuda. He'll hit one to short. Malduli across the diamond to Parsons. It goes down 6-3. Fukuda had a home run back in the first, 3 RBIs, 2 runs scored. Decent night for him. Owen Constantino now walked last time up, came around to score. Outside corner gets the call.
Haven't made any substitutions, so I gather he wants to get guys get as many innings as they can.
Back on the road tomorrow, and save your bullpen. Constantino swinging and missing. 0-2.
It's feast or famine in this league, right? You play usually 2 days in a row, sometimes 3.
Yeah.
Heavy to the weekends.
Constantino outside, 1-2.
See this guy lay into one.
Constantino had a ball hit right in the screws back in the 5th. The second baseman ended up being a double play. And he's going to hit one back to Garcia. He's got it. Didn't know it. And he'll get it over to Parsons. He looked back in behind him. Got it right here in the glove, Mr. Garcia. And now Jalen Butcher will come to bat, batting for Robert Mackey. Butcher will wear number 30 this season. Mackey ends up with a walk tonight. Forced in a run, got an RBI, scored a run, goes 0 for 3. And Jalen Butcher's first at bat of the season. Interested to see how they line up defensively. I know Gil was saying he likes what Jalen's done in the outfield in the preseason.
Well, everything is, I say, it's such a short period of time since they've grouped, and it's really been only the month of May. People have been coming from all over at different times. It's really hard to put a team together. That's for every team in the IBL.
Mm-hmm.
It's
a lot of these guys, locally anyway, have been working out since January, but inside.
Yeah, and that's a whole different deal when you get on that turf and it's soft and spongy.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like running on solid ground.
Jalen swings through one there, 1-2. 2 outs in the inning, bottom of the 8th. Big 9-1 lead for the Barnstormers.
Saying to her during our first game too that a lot of guys have coming right out of college at university. They've been playing since January, and they got a big head start on the guys who haven't played since last fall. It's a long layoff when you have to jump back in and get ready in 2 weeks.
2-2 the count, 2 outs, and Butcher off the end of the bats to Parsons. He's got to smother it. He'll get to the bag. And Butcher goes down 1 unassisted, or 3 unassisted. And the Barnstormers a big lead, going to the top of the 9, looking to wrap things up and get their first win of the season. We'll be back with that. Barnstormers Baseball Live is brought to you by Kent Essex Mutual Insurance.
My name is Spencer Marcus, outfielder for the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers from Chatham, Ontario. The community support has been amazing for baseball. Everybody coming together. You never really thought of this town as a baseball town, more of a hockey town. I remember when I found out that Kent Essex Mutual Insurance wanted to do an interview about a hometown hero. I never thought somebody would look at just a baseball player like that. It takes a lot of support to make this team a success, and the Barnstormers wouldn't be where they are today without help from sponsors like Kent Essex Mutual Insurance.
Anything you want. Everybody say.
It's us again. Enyo Pest Advisors, 226-627-4944. Enyo, bigger than bugs.
Looking for a fun, active way to keep your kids moving? At Great Lakes Gymnastics, our recreational classes are all about building strength, coordination, and confidence, all while having a blast. And when it's time to celebrate, we throw birthday parties kids will never forget, packed with games, gymnastics, and tons of smiles. In our safe, state-of-the-art facility, every child gets the chance to shine. Join the fun at Great Lakes Gymnastics, where every day feels like a celebration.
Still selling critical illness insurance. Still selling retirement savings plans. Still selling group benefit plans. Still selling life insurance.
Still selling disability insurance. Are you selling insurance? Not today. Play ball.
Whether personal, agricultural, or commercial, Enyo Pest Advisors are here. Enyo, bigger than bugs.
Anything you want. Everybody say.
On the mound for the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers, and we've got a pinch hitter and some defensemen. Defensive replacements, I should say.
Hockey's getting in the way again.
Yokoyama goes outside, ball 1. Klaus Appelvich and his second IBL season. Pinch hits here. O'Connor Yokoyama behind 2-0. Your defensive replacements. Trent Sillets into the game for Owen Constantino. He goes to first. Jalen Butcher came in to pinch hit for Mackey. He goes to third base. And Anthony Polowick goes to second. We got that, Ed? It'll be a test.
Yes.
Okay.
Clear like mud.
Yokoyama coming out of the bullpen here and unable to find the strike zone. Down 3-0. Yokoyama from the Montreal area.
Had a chance to talk to him a couple of weeks ago. He's an interesting young guy. He speaks 3 languages, born in Canada, speaks French, Japanese, English, has 1 year of McGill under the belt, and has played a couple of years in Japan, professional league in Japan. And I think he's still 21 years old.
It's a lot of living for a 21-year-old.
He's a very mature guy.
Well, Gil Rondon doesn't take any time. Top of 9, you're up 9-1. You just throw 4 straight balls to the leadoff hitter. And Gil looks like he's doing most of the talking there.
Yep.
And I'm assuming it's one of the languages that he speaks, right? Is that?
Yes. There's Gil is being very emphatic. His head is going up and down in a positive way.
I like the way he's dealt with his pitchers tonight. We saw Brock Whitson get into a little bit of trouble. He went out there and he said, "You're getting out of this." Aiden Ryan had some trouble last inning. He kept with him. Game was 9-1 at that point, but still, let's see what you can do.
If you're a young guy and want to learn how to pitch, listen to Gil. He understands the whole world of pitching inside out, backwards, and has lots of great ideas and a very positive individual.
Aiden Ryan went 2 innings, no runs allowed, 3 hits, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts. And that's after 6 strong innings from Brock Whitson. Yuri O'Connor Yokoyama here in the top of the 9th. He's yet to find the strike zone. There's one. He pumps it in there.
Getting back to our rather long pregame show, we talked about throwing strikes, and Whitson came out and threw strikes for 6 innings and had a great night.
And it kind of goes hand in hand, right? That is the defense is on their toes.
Yep.
They're not sitting back, and they're into the game,
waiting for the game to get going. Yeah, no, it's so true. And you don't have to strike everybody out.
No.
Yeah, throw strikes. Move the ball around. Various beats.
And this one popped up. It goes to left field. Vaslenik's got a long way to go to come in on it. And he does, and he makes the grab. Caleb Kane Plott, who came in to pinch hit there for Parsons, will get the first down of the inning.
We said this last year a couple of times. It seems like that's no man's land in left center field. Those left fielders have to go miles for fly balls.
Well, 1 out now, and Kairos, the center fielder, who came in defensively back in the 4th inning. He's got a single. He's got the lone run of the game and struck out last at bat. That one fouled straight back. Now Connor Yokoyama starting to find the zone and find the groove. He's up 0-2.
Must have listened to Gil.
It's easy. Easy the way Gil explains today, yeah. 1 down, top of 9. Barnstormers 9-1 in the first game of the season. Panthers have got 1 under their belt already. That's high. They're 1-0 in a win in Toronto. Still it holds the runner on. Applovich isn't getting much of a lead. Double play depth up the middle. He'll drop one into the strike zone and gets this K. 2 down, top of 9. And Charlie Towers, the second baseman, will stride to the plate. He struck out a couple times and lined out to center. It is quite funny when the fans get to know the opposition names. They don't let them not hear it, do they, Ed? They certainly, you see there's not a lot left here, but those that are left are loud.
Skeletal crew.
Towers checks the swing, fouls it off, gets out of play.
Wonder if that tailgating get-together is still
I don't know what you're talking about.
You wouldn't.
I didn't stop by there on the way here. 1-2 the count. Yokoyama a strike away, and the Barnstormers a strike away from the first win of 2025 in their second season. Charlie Towers, the batter. And he gets a piece of that and fouls it off. Wander Santana waits on deck. Came in as a pinch runner last inning. One and two, Yokoyama. O'Connor Yokoyama. Outside corner, and he's got him. And the Barnstormers will win their opener. What a way to start for the Barnstormers. Barnstormers a big 9-1 victory here tonight, Ed. And you can start with the pitching staff. You got Brock Whitson going 6. Aiden Ryan comes in, works out of a couple of jams, and then Gary O'Connor Yokoyama comes in with a 9th inning. Started off with nothing but balls and got a little talking to from head coach Gil Rondon, and he gets himself out of the inning.
Little fatherly advice, and it all boils down to one thing: relax, throw strikes. You have a substantial lead, and he seemed to take a deep breath and was able to respond. And good combination tonight of pitching and timely hitting. Probably the most timely of all was Fukuda's 3-run homer in the first inning, and they were able to get a comfortable lead, and the pitching came through. Whitson was spectacular in that, no walks, threw strikes, moved the ball around, and we had great results.
Katsuki Fukuda ends up with 3 RBIs all the night. He scores a couple of runs. Spencer Moran had a good night too. He was on base 3 times. Had an RBI, a couple of RBIs for Sadler Goodwin too. And that poke back in the, what was that, the 7th inning when the Barnstormers were still tight.
He had a real good at bat, that particular one. We had mentioned that it takes a little while to get finally tuned to game speed.
Yeah.
And he looked pretty solid. Certainly looked solid in the infield. There's no doubt about that.
Well, Sadler with the bat, but I go with the glove tonight. Turned a double play to end the first. Had one in the 3rd inning. No, one in the 2nd as well. Yeah, the Barnstormers had a couple of real nice plays defensively today.
They were textbook double plays. The way he executed them, he's really a smooth shortstop and can really execute.
Barnstormers won this one at 9-1. We're going to throw it downstairs and talk to our player of the game tonight, a guy who hit a 3-run bomb back in the first inning.
All right, here we are. Welcome everybody again, and thank you for being here today. We have another player here, number 45. Tell me, that home run in the first inning. The first home run to hit past the gate, left field this season. How did that feel?
The best!
And what would you say was the best feeling of tonight with being a part of this incredible team? What's something that really sets the Barnstormers apart?
今日はブロスが頑張って投げてくれたので、何としても勝ち上がったので、すごい良かったです。Brock pitched really well today, so I wanted to do whatever I could to support him and get the win.
Absolutely incredible. And lastly, congratulations on the big win tonight with the opening game here. And one thing I wanted to ask, who or what is something that really inspires you every time you come out on the field? What or who is that thing for your heart that really just brings it all home?
チャタムにはいいファンがいるので、それでやる気が出ます。The amazing fans in Chatham is what inspires me.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations again, and I have this for you. Many people are loving this amazing Barnstormers hat and this gift certificate as well.
Thank you so much.
Woo! Party on, Barnstormers! Keep live here on our field. read, and keep supporting local here in Chatham. Back to you.
Itsuki Fukuda, the player of the game tonight. Well, didn't take long to get the crowd going here tonight, Ed.
Oh, well, when you can, with all the festivities that preceded the game, and they started strongly, and Fukuda hit a 3-run home run in the first inning, and that stood up for quite a while, actually, and it was followed by very strong pitching. Brock Woodson, and we had a really enjoyable game. Good defense, and I think team should be pretty proud of themselves with a good opening day.
Well, Yadin Martinez, who's always around the plate, the Barnstormers knew that. They came up swinging. Marcus got on base, and Polowick had a nice stroke. And then Fukuda jumps all over a pitch too, and you want to do that. And then they held on to that. Martinez played well tonight. He'll take the loss. He goes to 1-1. Brock Whitson goes 6 strong. He goes to 1-0. Aiden Ryan pitches 2 innings, gets to the 8th, and then Yuri O'Connor.
Did we go 6 innings before there was first walk?
Aiden Ryan had the first walk of the night.
Okay,
so Brock,
I mean that, and the game moved along really quickly, and we made comments before the game started about how important it was to throw strikes, and they did, and great results.
Made it look like we knew what we were talking about.
Yeah, that's scary, isn't it?
That helps. Barnstormers are on the road tomorrow. They'll take on the East Kitchener Panthers. They'll be on the road, then back here next weekend. Friday night in Hamilton, Saturday versus Brantford, and Sunday versus Guelph. You'll have those games not only on the YouTube channel, but also on your TV. For everybody in the background that are scrambling to get us on the air here tonight, the camera folk, the producers, Megan's done an awesome job here. Are we good to go? Are we done? We're wrapping her up? Let's wrap her up and go home for the night. Barnstormers begin the season with a victory, 9-1. Thanks for tuning in here tonight. Barnstormer Baseball Live, brought to you by Kent Essex Mutual Insurance.